okay?
I'm trying to work it through. I'm working through it.
No, I'm not kidding. You look like you're like, I don't know who. Let us know if there's anything, you know what I mean? Don't keep it to yourself. You want a water or something?
No.
Oh my God. Au sang de Jésus.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you, man. Yeah, everything well? Pardon me? Retirement's good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, it's been a minute. Yeah. Happy to see you. Yeah, happy to see you. God bless. All right.
All right, we're about to start. Good afternoon, everyone. The time is 6:40. We are going to start our Tuesday, April 2021 commission meeting. Madam Clerk, can you please do the roll call?
Commissioner Chernoff.
Here.
Commissioner Florimon. Commissioner Jean. Commissioner Smith.
Present.
Commissioner Sue.
Here.
Vice Mayor Smuckler.
Present.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
I am here.
You have quorum, sir.
Next is the invocation. Commissioner Florimon. Moment of silence. Regarding former vice.
Yes.
Go on.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for setting aside this moment to recognize a public servant, a scholar, and an environmentalist, someone who dedicated her entire life to service, and that is Vice Mayor Nancy Mateer of Coral Springs. A couple of weeks ago, the entire nation was hit hard and has since been mourning the loss of such a vibrant spirit in the person of Nancy Mateer. She really was a public servant, truly was a public servant. And I think, it's very rare that you meet someone who is able to resonate with so many people and be personable with so many people and have an influence on so many. And Nancy was that person. And so we honor her today. We honor her legacy. And I think that we all should emulate her example in what we do as public servants, and everyone as well in their role as a community leader and someone who is helping organize and lead a community. We should all emulate what Nancy stood for. And those are my thoughts. I know that more of my colleagues may have something to say, so.
It's truly a loss. She was definitely what we call and look up to as being a public servant, and she loved what she did, and it's so sorry for all of us and her constituents.
I wanted to take this time to extend deepest condolences to her family, and it was just a traumatic loss for our community as a whole, and her example, her legacy will live on.
I just want to say that may her children always remember her with all those fond memories they have and be grateful that she was their mother. And may I say to you that if you see anything, hear anything, say something. We in North Miami Beach have a violence every single year, a walk against violence. And the devastation is not just the person that's gone and the person that did it, it's to the whole family. And in this case, it's to the community and beyond. She was a service person every step of the way. And it's a huge loss. May she be sitting on God's lap.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to meet her back in 2022 when Commissioner Florimond introduced me to her at an emo class in Cocoa Beach.
Yes.
And as she was coming our way, and I forget many things, and for some reason this I have never forgotten. You said to me, watch her, she's an up-and-comer. And she was definitely that. However, I do want to give my sincere sympathies to her parents who have not just lost one child, but have lost two children in 3 months. No parent should lose one, much less two. So my deepest sympathies go to her parents. May she rest in peace. And all I can say, and sometimes people don't like to hear that, but at least the siblings are together in heaven. Thank you.
I'd like to extend my deepest and sincerest condolences to her family. And I know my friends have been wanting to introduce me to her since I got elected. And they said that what a great example she is for being a public servant and being always standing and doing what's right for the residents and being nonpartisan about her thinking and what's right for the residents. That is something that I also admire. And even though I didn't get a chance to really meet her, but I've heard so many great things. And like Commissioner Florimond said, yes, I think we could use her as a good example to bring us all together. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may, her family really hearkened on the importance of how she lived. And I think that, in our honoring her, there's a lot of things that she stood for. She stood for equality. She stood for diversity. She was a fighter for the environment. She was a scientist, so she fought for the environment to make sure that our ecosystem was one that was cared for. And so, as elected officials and, as I said, as public servants, it's just super important that we, lead with that in mind. And in everything that we do, that we make sure that we put the people first. And that's something that, I will dedicate myself to definitely lead as she would lead, and to take that as an example.
And Mr. Mayor, before you take the mic to say what you'd like to say, I didn't have the privilege of knowing her personally, which is my loss, but her children were the children of the community. Finding that she had, I thought she had stepchildren, but she did not. She had all the children of the community and beyond. And I want to tell you, what you see on television and the dedication she's had and the thousands of people that show up, you don't have to say a word about her. What you see speaks volumes. So thank you again.
Nancy was the best of us. You know, going back almost 10 years. I've been said as, you know, as many of you know, I'm very private when it comes to people I care for, and I have not been as open as my fellow colleague knows me quite well. I pray for her family. I pray for the friends that knew her well and loved her. I pray that she remains to be a beacon for this community for generations to come, and to the people that have suffered or have been impacted by domestic violence. Don't suffer in silence. Please speak up. And, you know, please speak up. That being said, next action item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, any requests, withdrawals, deferments, or additions?
Mr. Mayor, I do not have any request.
None. Next is presentations? No presentations?
Let's go to public comment.
Oh, if you can open up for public comment.
Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commissioners of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment at this time. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speaker, when you're called to the podium, please state your name for the record. The Mayor and Commissioner of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all in attendance to exercise civility towards each other. And our first signed speaker is Star Breedlove.
Good evening. My name is Star Breedlove. I want to hit something. How about now? Okay. My name is Star Breedlove, a member of the Voter Council in North Miami Beach. We want to thank our mayor and all of our elected officials, our city manager, for all of your support in making Heritage Day happen for us and keeping us close to your heart, as I hope, and as well as in the budget. So we want to thank all of you guys for all of your support, continued support. Special thanks to Miss Andres Bernard for everything that she does. Had a lovely meeting with her today. Thank you. Anyone else? We're good. That's it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like a personal privilege here. From the Washington Park Heritage, sorry I couldn't make it this year. This is my first day back from surgery, so I really, I'm always there for you, so thank you.
You were there in
Glad you had a
spirit.
great one.
You were there.
Yeah, you were there in
Thank you.
spirit.
We felt you.
Thank you.
Next signed speaker is Pat Santangelo. Sorry about the mispronunciation. Sorry.
name and your address.
Hi, how are you? Good evening. My name is Paola Caicedo. My address is 1463 Northeast, 182nd Street. I'm a resident here. Here trying to get the Warriors program of soccer to our community. We travel all the way to North Miami so my son can play soccer. And it'll be great because I've tried all the soccer teams in this area, and weekly is about give or take $150. And for a single mom is really hard. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Catalina. Oh, you hear me now? Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Catalina de la Mengue. I am a part of. Okay. I am a part of the Leader 80 FC, Leader 80 FC, and I wanted to thank you for giving the Leader 80 FC soccer team the opportunity to be free, to be accessible for every kind of children, every type of children. As a mother of one, that's my son and that's my nephew, I have been in a soccer atmosphere, soccer team since my son is 3.5, 4. Today is 12. And I always paid every month like 450, 500. In 2023, I lost my husband. So since our finance has been difficult, and we moved in North Miami. And moving in North Miami, we went to a school. I registered my children to a school, a nice school, JFK, sorry. And JFK saw the potential of my son, and they put him in a soccer. However, they sent us to Leader 80 FC. And I was very shocked to see that a team like Leader 80 FC provide the opportunity to every kids, any kids in Miami, the possibility to play in a team, because it's not everyone that have the chance, that have the opportunity, the grace, the parents, are involved for them to play in team. And I met a million moms, and it was hard for them, hard for single parents that are single in different way, to have their children to play soccer. You may not see the impact now, but it's when them children go back home, it's a huge impact to wake up every day, to be happy, to go to a team, to have the possibility to go to a team, even to walk there and to play. And it's not every children that has this opportunity, and I have been around children that didn't had moms like me, moms like other mom that will pay a ton of money every month and every 6-7 months to travel overseas. I'm from France. In my country, the soccer is free. And they provide the opportunity for children to go to a formation to play for free. And when I saw that here, I found it amazing. The first time I went to Leader 80 FC, I saw the children, the way they were. Everybody was so beautiful. And I am in for a long time, and I didn't see this kind of joy. Even though I am a mom, I'm invested in my children, invested in everything. From A to Z, and I didn't see that joy, that love, that patience. The way the children play there is very different. It's beautiful. They play like it's the last day of living, and it's so beautiful. And the first time I bring my children, I cry. I was like, my God, that's so beautiful. And when GFK sent me there, and I saw you guys' team, and I tell them what you're doing it's amazing, it's beautiful. And I thank you, all of you, for giving to all these kids the beautiful opportunity to go and to have fun, to play what they love to do, to play what they love to play, and for them to have the opportunity to play soccer and maybe be pro. I believe they can be pro because the way they play is just amazing. So thank you for everything, and I'm grateful for giving the opportunity for my children to play, and because my finances has not been great right now, because now I'm student, really student, full student, and it's an opportunity for me as well.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Paola Sacido, and then Karen Harold.
My name is Pat Santangelo, co-founder of Little Haiti FC. 12 years ago we started. It's the only free youth soccer program in the state of Florida, one of the few in the United States, recognized internationally as one of the best youth soccer programs in the country, recognized by the Inter-American Bank as one of the best anti-poverty programs, Inter-American Development Bank, which funds anti-poverty programs in South America and Caribbean. We're the only program they fund in North America because they said we're one of the best anti-poverty programs they've seen. It's the best gang alternative, stay in school, you name it, to keep the kids out of trouble. They're 12 years, every kid graduated high school in 12 years. We started at 5 years old to young adults. 80% of the kids went to college. We do social services, wraparound services, after-school programs. It's more than just a soccer program. It's a huge opportunity for the children to be able to assimilate in their schools and in their community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Paola Sacido. Okay.
Oh,
Karen Harold.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Karen Harold. And hello, Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, Deputy City Manager, City Attorney, and City Clerk. There are a couple of concerns that I would like to address. One, the petition being circulated in our communities, of which the City Manager sent out a letter saying it's not from the City of North Miami Beach, thank you for that. And I want to talk about in the folly it represents. Comparing the size and population of cities around us will explain why I say that. So according to our website, the city of North Miami Beach is 5.2 square miles with a population of 41,253. Miami Gardens is 19 square miles, population 111,640, and they're divided into specific residential districts. City of Hialeah, 21.6 to 22.8 square miles, population 221,000 to 235,000 population, and the city council is elected by all voters citywide. Remember, we're only 5.2 square miles with a population of almost 42,000, according to our website. All the districting would do is divide us and put one district against another. The commissioner for their district would be looking out only for that district and most likely try to get as much from the one budget we have for their district. Now imagine 5 other commissioners doing the same thing, divide and conquer. What would our new model be instead of where people care, which I think means about each other? Okay, and I'm going to skip ahead to I'd like to address what happened at the last City Commission meeting when, once again, our commission chamber was disrespected with a lawyer basically trying a case by finding fault with a resolution for censorship, which our attorney prepared, so that didn't shed such a good light on him, versus addressing the potential misdoings of the mayor. The only focus was on getting the video and any paperwork from the interviewers, the people that were interviewed. Nothing was addressed regarding the concern of possibly bypassing procurement to giving an expensive contract for the city we already have, plus the P-card expense for the upgrade for the travel. I felt like between the mayor's lawyer and the mayor was set up to be a court of law, and this case argued with yelling, and lecturing, no substance regarding the above-mentioned items. Everything was met with the mayor's response, I didn't do it. And when the mayor introduced his lawyer, he said it was because he was advised not to speak. So why did he speak throughout the whole discussion after his lawyer spoke? The mayor's lawyer started putting a negative light on our employees. He just did what lawyers do. Our commission chamber and our commissioners deserve more respect. They were not up there to try a case. They are not lawyers. The only one that's a lawyer is our mayor. When the mayor's attorney said to a reporter, "We won," to that I say, no, you didn't win. Our chambers is not a court of law. You presented the mayor's defense with yelling, use it what sounded like scare tactics, intimidation. You lost my respect for your display.
Time,
And I
thank
think
you.
for the civility, you need to add anybody who speaks, because it says residents and that. The civility pledge, it should be anybody who speaks from the podium.
Next speaker.
I don't think that microphone is working well.
It's not?
You can't, it's, I don't hear, can we try that microphone?
All right, next speaker.
Joas Castro, and then Ketley Jochen.
Hi, everyone. I'm João Castro, also known as Coach JP. I'm a physical educator. I run a soccer school in the city of North Miami Beach. Since 2022, I established the school here in the city. In the last 2 years, we have a program, a very affordable program, running in Allen Park and Uleta Park. We've been going from one park to the other because 6 months of the season, the football team uses Allen Park. And we've been growing. We have here in this program around 50 kids. 70–80% of the kids are from the city. And it costs way less than what was mentioned today. We are a recreational program. We are not a travel team, although we also play leagues. We play Sunny Isle Beach League, and we also play a small league that I partner with 2 other teams, including Little Haiti. We played against them in leagues before. So I would just to mention that, so the city now is aware that we have a program, very affordable, and we have kids that eventually, when the parents cannot afford it, we waive the fee. And I think, I have the feeling that the city doesn't know about that, okay? The school is called Miami School of Soccer. It was established in 2019. We have 2 different locations, one here in the city and another one that we run in Oak Grove Park with more than 150 kids. So I'm available for more information. Don't hesitate to contact me. Thanks for your time.
I can hear him much better there. Phyllis, you can hear him better too there? No.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners, City Manager, staff. My name is Ketley Jochen, and I reside in Ulita. On April 11, 2026, the City of North Miami Beach hosted a historic welcome reception and press conference at the Littman Theater in honor of professional footballer Dukens Nazon. The event was a resounding success, evidenced by the attendance of hundreds of community members and significant international media coverage. Press representatives traveled from across the globe, including France, Italy, Haiti, Canada, and Jamaica, bringing unprecedented global attention to our city. I would like to extend a sincere thank you to the mayor and city commissioners for their support of this initiative. Special recognition is due to City Manager Darwin Williams. It was his specific vision and leadership that brought this event to fruition in North Miami Beach. By recognizing athletes of Nazon caliber, The city manager has strengthened our cultural ties and highlighted our city's place on the international stage. As the FIFA World Cup approaches, the inclusion and celebration of players from the Haitian national team is deeply meaningful. As a native of Haiti, I am personally grateful for the city's commitment to inclusion. The event did more than just honor an athlete. It unified the local Haitian American diaspora, showcased North Miami Beach as a hub for international sports culture, fostered community pride ahead of the world's most prestigious football competition. Thank you again for your dedication to making North Miami Beach a vibrant, world-class city. I look forward to seeing the continued positive ripple effects of this successful reception. And also, today, we had the honor at Taylor Park to do a beautiful event for Friend Rika. I thank each and single one of you that showed up with the beautification committee to make this happen. I would like to thank Sam Bernard, who has worked tirelessly to make this happen. I would like to thank each and single person that had something to do with this, Parks and Recreation. Right now, if you go to Taylor Park, you are able to sit and enjoy the view. So when you all stress after this, just go to Taylor Park and sit down and have a wonderful evening.
I think it's sun up to sundown.
Oh, come on. We'll make up, come on. Go and enjoy it.
Could if we end the meeting in the next 20 minutes. So.
Next speaker.
Bruce Lamberto, and then Mara Hawk.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, City Manager, City Attorney. This man that spoke just before me.
State your name, please.
Bruce Lamberto, Eastern Shores, has had a soccer program for going on 5 years now. He started out over at Mishcon Field, and then Boca Soccer came in there. He got kicked out. He found a field over at Oak Grove Park, the park over there. So he's built his program over there. He had enough interest from residents from North Miami Beach to do a second program at Allen Park. He pays rent to our recreation department to do this. And by the way, I've heard all these high prices from the residents here, or the people here, about this $150 and $200. He charges $50 a month for every Saturday program, on one hour, hour and 10 minute, hour and 15 minute program. So you get 4 or 5 of these classes every month for $50. And I've personally seen him have sign up people. And some of these single moms came up and said to him, you know, I'm gonna have to pull my kid out because I don't really have the money to pay you this month. He says, don't worry about it, I'll cover you. So he's doing this. He's got probably a dozen kids or more that he's paying the freight for them. He's got to pay his coaches. He has about 7 or 8 coaches because these kids are all divided up into age groups. So he's doing a fantastic job. And if you want to see this, go there Saturday over at Oak Grove Park, and you'll see the program there. The kids all have uniforms, just like these kids do over here, and they're all inclusive. There's a broad cross-section of our city playing soccer over there. And I really think that this issue here, he never knew about it, I never knew about it. This is like the trolley all over again. You know, no bid, nobody else gets to have the opportunity to participate in this. My suggestion is you play Solomon, cut this grant down the middle and award half of it to each of the groups here. You're going to have, you have plenty. He has almost 200 kids between the 2 programs. I don't know how many are here, but they deserve, the kids, my kid who's in the program deserves that help from the city just as much as anybody else. And I'm hoping that you guys will at least consider the residents here, like myself, when you award this. And it should be, again, if you split it down the middle, who can argue with that, right? You're going to equally take care of people. And Mr. City Attorney, I'm hoping that, I'm hoping that you'll look at this contract and say, yeah, maybe you got a point there, and advise the commissioners accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mara Hawk, and then Terrence Kaminzadi.
Oh, this one is working.
No, we don't.
Hello?
We don't hear it well, though.
Good evening, distinguished servants of North Miami Beach. My name is Maria Hawk, or Mara Hawk. I am resident of this city for a long time now. I want to speak clearly tonight about the proposed septic to sewer conversion, because for many of us, this is no progress. It's a burden we are being asked to carry without justification. Let's start with the most immediate reality cost. Right now, many residents rely on septic systems that are affordable and already paid for. This proposal will force homeowners to take on massive hookup costs on top of monthly sewers bills that we pay today. Okay, sorry. More higher cost for what we are paying would be if this is a sect.
Good evening, North Miami Beach.
Go on.
Okay. This proposal, give me more time. This proposal, let me see what it was, that went to 3 times higher. Okay. This proposal will be is a financial shock for working families, retirees, and long-time residents. This is simple, not sustainable. And let's be honest about what's driving this. We are being told this is about infrastructure, but the reality, many of us, is different. Expanding sewers access make it easier for developers to build large, denser projects that will not be possible with septic system in place. So while residents are being asked to pay tens of thousands of dollars, developers are the ones who stand to benefit the most. That is not fair, and it is not right. There's also the issue of the gentrification. When sewer systems are in place, land becomes more attractive for high-density development. That means rising property values, raising taxes, and eventually displacement of the very residents who build this community. And there is accountability. Residents deserve to know who truly benefits from this push. Because from where we stand, it feels like certain voices on the days are pushing for the development interest over the needs of the community. Let me be clear, this is not about opposing all change. It's about opposing unfair change. This is about saying that residents should not be forced into a system that is significantly more expensive than open door to all underdevelopment, and that risks pushing people out of their own neighborhood. Because our community should not have to pay the price so that others can profit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Joseph, Vice Mayor Smuckler, and all the commissioners.
Our condolences and prayers to you.
Thank you. My name is Terrence Kaminzuli. I'm a 35-year resident of the city of North Miami Beach the last 33 years with my late wife here in Sunray West. First, I'd like to thank you, the mayor, and the commission for the recognition of the time I've spent here. and especially with the proclamation that you guys provided with her funeral last Friday. Thank you again. I also like to thank the city for recognizing Fran Ricca for her long-term volunteerism to the city with the dedication today of the trees over at the park. Unfortunately, I was not able to make that because of prior commitments. One thing I'd like to bring up, speaking to many residents in the Sunray West area, especially those who live along Edna Moffett Boulevard here at 171st Street, we have people that like to use the sidewalks to walk their dogs, just take leisurely walks, especially in the morning time before it gets really hot, especially in the evening time before it gets really dark. However, there is a large number of people that are riding their electric bikes at high speeds, electric scooters at high speeds along the sidewalks. I've almost gotten hit 3 or 4 times just by them speeding by instead of them using the actual bike lanes that are there. I know the city of Miami Beach, the city of Key Biscayne have created ordinances that prevent the use of these on sidewalks and or totally use of these vehicles in the city. It's something that I think we need to look at because it is an unsafe situation, and it's something that I will ask the city commission and the mayor to look into doing over the next year, of coming up with an ordinance to prevent this from happening and to prevent an injury or worse, a death occurring because these residents are using the sidewalks very dangerously. Finally, one other thing that's being brought up to me in the area is the construction of the former Nova Southeastern site. There are lots of trucks that are coming up 17th Avenue that are actually crossing over into the actual Sunray West neighborhood versus the city central area. And they are full of trucks that are full of debris.
15 seconds.
And it's something that needs to be done because I thought they were supposed to only be using 167th Street to 19th Avenue. A lot of complaints in the area. Thank you for your time and have a great night.
If I may, TC, we actually did not have it ready for today's meeting, but I already have legislation that I'm sponsoring for the scooters, and it will be on the agenda next month.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next speaker.
That was the last time speaker. If anyone else.
The other microphone, please, Mr. Kazan.
You hear me all right?
All right. Don't complain if we don't.
That's okay. Nothing new. Mubarak Kazan, North Miami Beach resident. I have to wear the shades, Mr. City Manager, because the last time I was here, the sun was shining in my eyes. And again, I have to wear it. And I'm not an FBI. So, okay, so I went into Home Depot the other day and I asked one of the assistants there in the electrical department to help me. He says, he's not from this section. You have to ask somebody who's from this section. And today, why I mentioned that, I came home and something was hanging on my doorknob. It says they're against districting. They're for districting, meaning each and every one of you would be representing a district. So if I call, I know I have access to like 5 of you. I can pick up my phone right now and we can talk anytime. When you're with districting, you call, let's say I'm not in your neighborhood, Commissioner Chernoff, you would say, oh, you have to call your representative. Only one representative you get in. And I've been here for more than 20 years, and I've complained almost about everything, but never have I complained that any of you have been refusing to take my calls. Even the mayor, when we were in talking terms, he used to take it anytime. But however, septic to sewer. That also is a problem. I know the mayor is pushing that heavily for his developer friends, claiming that Florida is sinking and we need to get the septic sewer. Well, I'll tell you, if Florida is sinking, we all would have to move out from here. No septic to sewer is going to save you. Septic to sewer is just a developer's dream in North Miami Beach. And I'm not talking about other areas which I'm not going to mention because the developers are not attracted to there. We have the ocean, we have Reynolds Park, we have a lot of nice sceneries around here where the developers would love for the taxpayers to foot that sewer bill, put on the sewers and the sewer lines, and then they move in. And as what the previous speaker said, gentrification is going to set in. We're not living at the side of a river or, like by Highland Village or Eastern Shores, where it was necessary for them to have it. A lot of us not living in the commercial area. So this gimmick that you have, that this place is flooding, and you had the former city manager saying that when the rain falls, the sewer is going to be flowing down the streets. It's a gimmick.
Time.
And I have him on video saying that. Thank you very much for having me. Did you hear everything, Commissioner?
Thank you. Any more speakers?
No more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
If I can?
Yeah,
make
you
a
have
correction.
some requests because that was, if you want to.
Yes. So there are two items that is being requested to be deferred. One is under consent, and that item is 9.8, which is resolution number R 2026-54, and that's being requested by the city manager. Item 15.1, under the discussions, that's being requested to be deferred by Commissioner Sue, which is her item, entitled Boards and Commission Appointments. So if you can.
Okay. You have a motion?
I make a motion.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
As amended, so.
Thank you.
City Attorney, could you, we're on consent. Oh, no, are we on consent or? No, city announcement, sorry. I'm gonna.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Commission, city staff and residents. My name is Jasmine Joseph, the Interim Communications Manager. Go ahead and take it away, IT. Good evening, North Miami Beach. The months ahead are filled with opportunities to connect, celebrate, and stay involved. From community events to key city updates, here's a look at what's upcoming as we continue our centennial year and strengthen engagement across our community. The city continues to prioritize senior engagement with an upcoming senior luncheon on Friday, April 24th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Marjorie and Williams McDonald Center. In celebration of National Arbor Day, the City of North Miami Beach, in partnership with the Beautification Committee, will host a tree giveaway on Saturday, April 25th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Senator Glenn Margolis Amphitheater. Residents can receive trees while learning about sustainability and environmental stewardship. A farm share food drive will take place on Thursday, April 30th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Ulita Park Community Center. Food will be distributed on a first-come, first-served basis with walk-ups welcome. Join us for the NMB Compa and Kids Fest on Saturday, May 2nd from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at Reynolds Park. This is a family-friendly event which will feature live music, cultural entertainment, kids' activities, and free food. The City of North Miami Beach invites entrepreneurs and small business owners to attend the Small Business Summit and Expo on Wednesday, May 6th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at City Hall. The event will feature workshops, networking opportunities, and business resources. Registration is encouraged through the provided QR code. Step into elegance at the Bridgeton Senior Prom on Monday, May 11th from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. at the Marjorie and Williams McDonald Center. Residents are invited to enjoy an afternoon of music, dancing, and a beautiful themed experience designed especially for our senior community. Experience culture and community at the NMB Asian Night Market, happening Saturday and Sunday, May 16th through 17th. Enjoy food, entertainment, shopping, and live performances in celebration of AANHPI Heritage Month. The next regular City Commission meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, May 19th at 6 p.m. Located at City Hall. Residents are encouraged to attend and participate in shaping the future of the community. Free healthcare services will be available at the UMC Mobile Health Clinic on Sunday, May 24th from 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. at the Ulita Park Community Center. No insurance, no appointments are required. The city continues to prioritize senior engagement with an upcoming senior luncheon on Friday, May 29th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Marjorie and William McDonald Center. Close out the month of May at the Community Tea Party on Saturday, May 30th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at the Ronald H. Silver Youth Enrichment Center. Residents are invited to enjoy a day of culture, connection, and community. Residents are encouraged to stay informed by signing up for the City of North Miami Beach text messaging system. Real-time updates, alerts, and community information are available by registering online or scanning the QR code provided.
For a century, North Miami Beach has grown through vision, diversity, and a commitment to public service.
My name is Darvin Williams, and I'm the city manager for the city of North Miami Beach. It's so exciting to be a part of the city at this historic moment, 100 years.
We invite everyone, residents, visitors, and stakeholders alike, to be a part of this once-in-a-generation celebration. Together, we honor the past, celebrate the present, and move forward united for the next 100 years.
As the city looks ahead, it's all a part of our centennial celebration and continued investment in keeping our community connected and informed. For more information on these events and other city initiatives, visit the City of North Miami Beach website or follow us at City NMB on social media. Stay connected, stay informed, and continue celebrating 100 years of North Miami Beach.
Okay, I'll be sure to make that adjustment, yes. Through the city clerk's office, we would also like to announce that the City of North Miami Beach in-person Clean Campaign class is taking place on Tuesday, May 5th from 6:30 to 8:30 here in the chamber. We hope to see you there.
Vice Mayor?
Okay. Well, now can you hear me? Okay. So we don't have a quorum. We don't have the attorney. Okay, we have the, okay, so now we have 1, 2, 3. We have a quorum, no problem. You were the first one that walked out. It was the others who left.
City Commission reports.
City Commission reports, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Chernoff.
Good evening, everybody. Condolences to your wife, your family losing your wife, and I know that's a terrible thing. You were married for how many years? 33 years. All right. Again, my apologies to any of the events that I've missed from starting April 15th when I had my surgery. Today is the first day back, and I did miss the Esposa Eastern Shores Communities one on the 15th, my day of surgery, so I do apologize for that. And the other big one was the Heritage Day. Besides the Heritage Day at Washington Park was privileged to have the first centennial block party. So hopefully The rest of our communities are going to get that, but, you know, again, I'm sure it was great to have, and the community appreciated it, and thank you all. I want to thank Phyllis and Lynn for going today, for Fran. Fran Ricca, for those of you who don't know, passed away, and Fran was on our beautification for many, many years and was an integral part, and we redid the Taylor Park, which was, thank the community, thank our city staff, thank the police department, thank everybody, our manager for allowing it. And it was a great dedication this morning. We thought she was there with the winds blowing through us all because it was so windy this morning. And again, she was a lovely woman that we miss her dearly already. All right, congratulations to Donnie Reynolds. As I said, Donnie has been an institution in this community. As he started out as a motorman and traveled, you know, training all the motormen, and again, did a great job for our community and still here as a reserve officer, and we really do appreciate that. Arbor Day is this Saturday, okay? What is Arbor Day? Arbor Day is Tree Giveaway Day. Each resident of North Miami Beach will get 2 trees, 1 fruit tree and 1 regular tree. And all of our trees are Florida native and, you know, better for droughts and so on and so forth and hurricanes. So talk to us before you purchase. You don't purchase, you get them for free. Before you get your tree, really look at the chart that we're going to have that will tell you how big that tree is going to get. And, you know, trees don't grow like super fast. They take a while. So, you know, be in your house for 5 years and then it finally is 5 feet tall, but, you know, so on and so forth. But that's this Saturday, 9 o'clock, and it's free to all residents. And actually this year it's free to our non-residents also because the county is giving us 200 trees. So we have a total of 400 trees this year, and we want to give them all away. So everybody please come on Saturday. What else? Oh, the most important thing. There's a group going door to door in our community right now and trying to get you to sign a petition. If they go on your door and won't go away, call the police, okay? They're representing themselves as being the city of North Miami Beach. They are in no way, shape, or form attached to the city of North Miami Beach. And what they're asking you to sign is to go to districting. You heard 2 or 3 people talk about it. Districting was brought up as this commission when I was there many years ago, and we heard from our citizens who didn't want it. They wanted all of us to represent them, not one, and that's what districting will do. So again, we had a pastor of our community, talking about it, how good it is. It's not good. And the pastor should stay away from that. This is a political hot potato right now. And they came to my door on Sunday, and my wife told them to leave, not signing, that you have that right to do that. And I don't know why they didn't come to our city. We have a committee meeting right now to come up with things that we want to do and bring forward, and they just are disrespecting that. So stick up for your community. Don't sign the petition. Thank you.
Commissioner Florimon?
Wait, I got a point for regarding the trees. Are we going to put some aside for because I know it's Saturday, the Orthodox meeting.
Yes.
The Orthodox have to go to the library. The library will have the trees. And I have made a request, and the manager said he'll follow through to make sure they don't just get that the Orthodox don't just get the trees that are not fruit-bearing, that they will also have the pick of some fruit-bearing trees and not just going to get the leftovers.
Yes.
Do we know what type of trees it is?
What?
I mean, other than fruit? Like, do we know what type of trees are getting away?
I don't remember.
Does anybody here know what type of? No? Okay. Oh, all right.
I'll have Maria, our arborist, send it to all of you what the list of trees are.
Yes.
Yeah.
We do it every year.
Yeah, we've always advertised what type of trees are being given out, and we didn't this year.
Yeah, we'll send it to
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
I think I have some information. We have starfruit, jackfruit, soursop, and mulberry. Whatever. Okay.
All right.
So
Those are the fruit trees.
that's all I got. I got something. Commissioner Florimon, your commissioner report, please.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, I wanted to extend our deepest condolences to you and your family, Mr. Kamanzuli.
Yes.
Our thoughts and prayers are with you. On last week, we had the great pleasure of welcoming an international soccer superstar, Dukens Nazon, to the city of North Miami Beach. And, let me tell you, the amount of energy that was in that room was remarkable, I think that, when it comes to the FIFA World Cup and all that it brings to the United States, really having a focal point on North Miami Beach for that purpose was a good thing. And so I want to thank all of our team, our staff members who worked so hard to put that together. Thank you so much. Haitian Heritage Month is in May, so we have a lot of things in store for our community. The Compa and Kids Fest is coming up. In addition to that, I know that there's other events that are happening, such as the kickoff for District 2 with Commissioner Marlon Bastien. But throughout the county, there's a calendar that's actually available for people who want to participate in various events throughout Miami-Dade County, so please be on the lookout for that. Heritage Day is always amazing, and I really look forward to it every single year. I was excited to participate this year, and so I want to thank the Voters Council for welcoming the entire community to Heritage Day. What I will say is, though, I feel as if we can work a little bit more in concert with the Voters Council. Not that we're not already doing that, but I think that we need to do that with a particular objective, which they can agree with, perhaps, is that when I look at certain communities, there are certain festivals and things that happen in those communities that really draw a crowd from all over South Florida. And I think that what the Voters Council is offering in North Miami Beach is historical in nature, that people from all over South Florida should know that it's happening, right? And that it could be a really big attraction for the city of North Miami Beach, just like in Sistrunk. Everybody knows about what goes on over there every year, and so I think that Washington Park is that place, right? That we can have people from all over the county and all over South Florida come and enjoy the Heritage Day festivities. So, Mr. Manager, if you can look into that with the Voters Council, like this event is already on the map, but I know it could be even bigger than what it is now. Aside from that, the voting site for Washington Park, it's super, super important that we make sure that that issue is addressed. I understand that the county leads that effort, but they've always used the facility provided to them by our city. And so I think that we need to also be very much in the driver's seat as to what we're offering them to solve that issue related to the voting site. And whether or not they've approved of something already, I don't know. I'm understanding that they've taken a tour of certain sites, but if those sites don't work, if we have to get trailers and put them out there at the same location where people have been used to voting, we need to really take that assignment on to make sure that the Washington Park residents are not trying to figure it out during Election Day, okay? And so there's those people who may come to vote at 12 o'clock in the afternoon and you tell them to go to another location, but then what about the person who gets off of work at 6:30 and shows up to the poll at 6:50 and then they don't know where to go? Or what about the person that needs to vote before they go to work and they don't know where to go, or it gets confusing for them? So I really want to make sure that we have something in that area specific to Washington Park. So, Mr. Manager and Madam City Clerk, thank you.
We're on it.
All righty. ESPOA, thank you so much, Eastern Shores Property Owners Association, for welcoming us to your annual meeting. In addition to that, I just want to say I did hear the conversation about Little Haiti FC and its importance. And so I am ready to support that initiative, but I also want to hear a little bit more about making sure that all of the kids in our community have a way of playing soccer. I don't think it has to be something that is adverse or something that is divisive in nature. I think that it's something where we can look at making sure that all of the kids in the area are supported. So thank you so much.
Commissioner Jean?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to thank all of our city staff, city manager, for all the amazing events that we've had in the past couple of weeks. It's been really exciting to see our community come together. As Commissioner Florimon mentioned, ESPOA and all the other communities that have really engaged us. I had the pleasure of also witnessing Tour de Force. I think it was his 30th anniversary, and it was amazing to see all the officers come out for a great cause. I want to use the rest of my time to get an update on Washington Park through the attorney. I know the last we had a meeting about the current contract and the new contractor. Can you give us a quick update?
We had an internal meeting to discuss with one of my partners and with procurement some concerns about our standard contract that came from the proposed new contractor, the low bid, which again, let me point out is some $3.7 million less than what the one that had previously been presented, substantial savings to the city due to rebidding it, which is, we believe, is our right to do. We still have some litigation we're moving forward to on that, but that hopefully is nearing a conclusion. But regardless of that, we went over the concerns that the proposed new contractor has. Keep in mind that they're at 15.3. We have another proposal that came in at 16.1 if we need to go that route. We're setting a meeting with the new contractor to talk about the objections that they had, which we've discussed internally in the last few days. And hopefully we'll be able to come to agreement on contract terms with them, but if not, we have somebody lined up right behind them.
All right, so I know the last meeting, we were made assured that through the city manager and your team, you guys would be able to move forward in getting that done. The last I spoke to you, I remember you were mentioning, oh, it's a 5-week delay, which turned into a 6-month delay. So I'm hoping that we can expedite this process, and hopefully the next commission meeting, I'll start my comments with the same question.
I don't know. I mean, the item had previously been in front of you in November, but that was before we were still talking contract. That was into January, so it is a little bit of a delay. I don't think it's 6 months, Commissioner, but
we're headed there.
Hopefully not, but it's an urgent project, but on the other hand, we're talking, I mean, millions of dollars that were saved we know it's a very tight budget environment, so we're trying to balance getting it done as quickly as we can, but the millions of dollars in savings just was something that, in consultation with the administration, we just didn't think could be ignored.
Absolutely. Well, looking forward to hearing from you and seeing how we can get an update weekly. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. Terrence, our hearts go out for you. You've been a loyal resident that cares about us, and we care about you. So I have a few things to say that are just standard. What are we doing? What kind of meetings? One of them is the senior luncheon, which is always packed. It's always full. You must sign up. You must call. You must register. You must come into the city and sign up. The senior prom night. So everybody saw it was Bridgerton. I don't think there'll be anything illicit, because I have seen that show once. I think it's just going to be a lot of fun. And if you know my board, they are ordering dresses online so they can look of that era. It is going to be a lot of fun, and it's going to be a full house again. You must sign up. Okay. Saturday, we have a lot of things going on at the library. The free trees, and of course, the Orthodox family can come and get their trees at the library during the week. And there will be some fruit trees for sure, as well as the other trees. They're not going to get the end of the pickings. But Saturday also, 9 o'clock in the morning, I think till 1, you can get your driver's license renewed or get a driver's license if you lost one. So that's a once-a-month service, and it's coming Saturday. I want to say that Eastern Shores had its annual meeting, and we try our best to do this in every neighborhood. The thing that I want to mention about it is people came with their concerns, their complaints, and you know what? The manager was there, the police department was there, code enforcement was there. They listened. They listened. So please don't sit at home and stay silent and stew over things that you see are not taken care of. Broken sidewalks, potholes, horrible traffic, a neighbor that is encroaching on your property. Whatever you see, call us. We can't be on every street, and we don't know. But when you call, we're going to do our best to remedy it. We want you to be happy where you live, and we want you to be happy in North Miami Beach. I also want to tell you my safety program is going to start. Safety First initiative. We're going to come to every neighborhood with the police department, with the manager, and we're going to give you more insight to help to keep your family safe. These are crazy times. These are crazy times. But we are on top of it. The first one will be in Washington Park. Next week we'll start to work out the dates and the times and where to meet, and that'll be published. I also want to say that I too missed a few things last week. Some of you know my husband had emergency surgery, and it felt funny. It absolutely felt funny when I got the call that he needed to go to the hospital. They thought they were going to take him. I was on my way to present a proclamation for the city for Enchanted Lake down in North Miami. I was on 135th Street because half of it's in North Miami Beach and half in North Miami. And my family can't get over, I can't either, that I went to him in an emergency before I did the proclamation. It felt funny not to be there and not to make sure that your money when you have an event is well spent, well attended, and well performed. Well done. So that's the reason I go. And I tell you, lately it's been amazing, the turnout. We just had Saturday for autism. The room was packed. And the only thing I can say to you, what I say to them, if you don't show up, we're not going to spend the money next year. So thank all of you that come. Thank all of you that take advantage of what we're offering. I just want to tell everybody to have a good week, to stay safe. I will say one more thing, and thank you to the manager. Hazel Crawford, I believe that's going to be, if I've got it right, because she is going to have an award because the first woman to ever integrate, and I was going to tell you it's going to be at the Miami-Dade Junior College on Northwest 27th Avenue. I was going to give you the date if you wanted to attend and watch her get her award. That would be fabulous, because we do want to support everybody that is recognized from North Miami Beach. Well, come and see me after, call Smith, and here it is. It's going to be Recognition Ceremony, Community Partners Award on April 28th from 10 to 11:30 in the morning. And that's at Miami-Dade College North Campus in the William Lehman Theater. All of you have a safe, wonderful month. We look forward to see you in June. And don't forget, we have swimming lessons for your children that don't know how to swim that are free. Our favorite four-letter F word, free. If your child doesn't swim, that's on you. We live in an area that has water And when you don't see the water, go around the block and you'll see more water. We have water everywhere. You must take advantage and make sure everybody in your household swims. Thank you. Have a great month. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Commissioner Sue?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, colleagues, staff, and residents. Of course, I just want to give a shout out to all the past events that we just had in this past month, whether it be Heritage Day or the FIFA activation with Dukins Nazan. All of that, I have to tell you that without our wonderful staff, it would not have been successful. So I'd like to begin by recognizing Autism Awareness Month. I think we've mentioned this several times. So just so that just to keep an open mind, it's just for us to promote and understand, accept, and include individuals and families in our community. I think our city is our commissioners here have done a wonderful job in that, so we must continue and ensure our programs and public spaces and services are accessible and welcoming to everyone. As we move into April into May, I want to highlight several important recognitions. We will continue to observe National Volunteer Month, and I want to sincerely thank all of our volunteers, especially those serving on our boards and committees. As you've seen today, we recognize Fran Rica, and that is all because of our boards and our volunteers. So thank you so much. You strengthen North Miami Beach every day. May also brings us many heritage months. So as Commissioner Florimond mentioned, we have the Haitian Heritage Month, we have the Jewish American Heritage Month, and we have the Asian American Pacific Islander and Native Hawaiian Heritage Month. So there's a lot of that. Each and every one reflects the diversity that is very at the core of North Miami Beach. So we have a shared humanity here in our city. For our workforce, we recognize and thank Public Service Recognition Week. I want to thank all of you public service people out there. Teacher Appreciation Week, I think it's May 4th to May 8th. National Nurses Week and Police Week. These are the people who keep our city safe and keep us taken care of all the time. Earth Day is tomorrow. So a reminder that our environment deserves to be protected not just tomorrow, but every day. Administrative Professionals Day is also tomorrow. So honoring those who keep everything operating behind the scenes, thank you so much. And Memorial Day is coming up, so be sure to participate in that. That comes towards the end of the month of May. Of course, that is the most important because those people made the ultimate sacrifice. Our next UMC free clinic will be at Ulita, May 24th. So if you know anyone who doesn't have insurance, who is not very healthy, or who had recently lost their benefits or anything like that, be sure to keep an eye out for the clinic. I want to remind our employees as well. We have part-time employees who don't have health care. You are welcome to come to that facility. So I see Coach JP, if you have families that do not have health care, please remember that we offer free health care. That's also free prescription medication as well. All right, so I'm excited to share, by popular demand, North Miami Beach Asian Night Market is back. Everybody has been asking me about this. It's happening May 16th and 17th from 3 to 10 p.m. at the Jeffrey and Patricia Mishcon parking lot. This is a vibrant celebration of culture, food, small businesses. Bring the community, bring your family, a meaningful way for us to celebrate Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month right here in North Miami Beach. So we have incredible energy this year, and we are expecting a bigger turnout. So last time we hosted almost 2,000 people, and this time we're hoping to get to 3,000. And I encourage everyone to come out. We have worked it out with the vendors. They are not charging anyone, whether you're a resident or not a resident. So invite the whole entire family to come, enjoy, try out something new. We have, I also was able to get a local celebrity. So she's a half Vietnamese Chinese. Her name is Lena Ung. If you were to go to one of her concerts, the tickets would be in the hundreds. She has agreed to make an appearance and perform in North Miami Beach, just North Miami Beach, for free. So she's doing this pro bono. So if you want to see, if you're not sure whether you want to go to our concert, you can come take a listen at the Asian night market. So other than that, I want us to be adventurous, check out each other's culture, learn about what we eat and what we do, and there's a lot of merchandise that's going on, selling there. So I would love to invite you all to come join the fun and enjoy the evening together in the Asian night market. And last but not least, is the food free?
No. Commissioner Jean has really good ears. No, you said something about you guys worked it out with the vendors. I just didn't know what that meant.
Oh.
Yeah.
So what happened is last time, we charged the vendors, right, to be there. This time we're having a different pay structure in a way that we can allow for all the people, like the entrance tickets. Last time the tickets for non-residents were $7.
Oh, okay.
Right, that's what's free. So,
Okay,
so I mean, like if you had friends and family who really like something like this and you want to invite them to come over and you're the NMB host, it's all free. Okay, are we clear on that? We're good?
Yes.
Okay, no free food though. So, listen, patronize our vendors. It's very important if you want them to come back, if you like them, So if you go there and window shop, then most likely they won't be coming back to us again. So, and we have a lot of locals this time too. All right, this is very important to me. So, as we approach Mother's Day is May 10th. I know you know that, but for me, my mother is very important. I want to close with a reflection. There was a time in all of our lives when we couldn't take care of ourselves, when we depended entirely on someone else. For many of us, that was our mother, who carried us, protected us, and sacrificed in ways we may not have fully understood. Even now, I have to remind myself that beyond flowers and gifts, the greatest thing we can give is honor. Honor is how we speak to our mothers, how we care for them, and how we carry forward the values they gave us. To all the mothers in the community and all those who listen, happy Mother's Day, and thank you for everything you've done and continue to do. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Fortuna Smuckler.
Good evening. I hope to see you all May 2nd, Saturday, May 2nd, when the Multicultural Committee and the City of North Miami Beach Mayor and Commission bring you the North Miami Beach Kumpa and Kids Fest from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., and it's going to be held at Reynolds Park. And please register in advance, very important. And the following Saturday, May 9th, the Commission on Status of Women is bringing back the Jacqueline Smith Mother's Day Breakfast. And as soon as that is open to the public, it's for mothers only. So dads, you can go shop at Walmart or you can go to the library. Well, what? Yeah, or go to Ace. There's a lot of places you can shop in North Miami Beach. Happy Earth Day, happy Arbor Day, happy Administrative Professional Day, happy Cinco de Mayo, happy Mother's Day.
Cinco de Mayo.
Yes. We should celebrate Cinco de Mayo in our city. No, that's May the 4th be with you the day before. Yeah, didn't get it. May the 4th be with you, get it?
Yes.
Okay. TC, again, my condolences for the loss of your wife, and to Hamid Nakveen, our water plant director, our condolences for the loss of his brother. This past Sunday at the library, we hosted an autism fair, and as always, everything the library does, everything, there's nothing the library can do wrong. It was such a wonderful affair, and brought so much into education into the lives of families with children of autism. Sorry I couldn't be there for our friend Rika earlier this morning, but I had to go to work and I just couldn't get out of going. Thank you to the PD for always taking care of all of us, our families, our visitors, our residents, our employees, everybody. So, I'm going to be talking a lot today. Recently, there was a mailer. Some of you have already mentioned it, and some in the audience has as well. Recently, there was a mailer sent out about a petition going around. I believe that I have not seen the mailer in its entirety, and conveniently, I suppose, it was not sent to my household. I just want to clarify some misinformation. Eastern Shores, or the East Side, does not have 4 commissioners. We currently have 2 commissioners in Eastern Shores and 1 in Western Eastern Shores. 2 + 1 = 3, okay? I am termed out. I live in Eastern Shores. Commissioner Smith, who is from Eastern Shores, is up for re-election. When I am termed out, that leaves 3 minus 1 equals 2 from the East Side. Ironically, there are 4 on the West Side, yet that is not what is being told. People say that the West Side is not being taken care of, but 4 equals majority vote. I live in Eastern Shores, and we do not, or I don't, have underground electricity. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Smith. We have cable lines falling within reach of short people like me. We do not have a community center or a community pool. I'm getting to it. Not everybody has a pool in their backyard.
I do not.
Okay, Commissioner Smith does not. We have a park that is probably, I wrote down that it's probably the same size as this room, but I think it's smaller. Then what do you think, Commissioner Smith? I think it's smaller than this room.
This room?
Yeah.
Half the size.
Okay, so we have a park half the size of this room. I have gone there with my grandkids, and I will tell you that if there are 3 or 4 different kids there with their prospective parents or grandparents, it gets crowded, and the kids have to wait to get on the few rides that are there. To the point of removing the term limits, ironically, they wanted to start in 2028 when 3 commissioners are termed out, allowing them to stay. Coincidence? I don't know. To the point of districting, I'm not going to get into that very long opinion of mine and back and forth, so you can call me to discuss. Lastly, this petition is not endorsed or sponsored by the city, and the employees are not city employees. And to the person supposedly in charge of it, you are supposed to be a man of God, a man that should not lie or encourage misinformation, someone who should be trusted. Please tell the employees you have hired to stop giving misinformation and correct your flyers. Obviously, you have big money behind you because those flyers and those employees cost a lot of money. So you should do it, fix those flyers, resend them correctly without lies or misinformation, because big money the people behind you, they have no problem spending money, and they should be truthful. You know, for the last year and a half that this commission has been here, a little bit less than maybe a year and a half, I have been saying that we are the city that is probably the most diverse commission. And I say it proudly. I love it. I love the diversity here. I was on the radio this past Sunday and once again bragged about our commission diversity. I was happy to hear that Duke Nazon was coming to our city. Although I had not known who he was prior to his visit, after looking him up, I was certainly thrilled to meet him, and he was so nice. I saw him the day after also as well, and super nice guy, really down to earth. After his visit, I was informed by Creole speakers that Commissioner Jean made some inappropriate remarks during the press conference, and I was also told that while she was saying them, that Dugan's face changed, and it was not from happiness, but more from disbelief.
What remarks were those?
I'm going to talk. I'm not finished.
No,
I'm not only.
Since you're saying my name, I need to know what those remarks
Well, let me
were.
finish, and you'll find out.
Okay.
And I'm actually wrote down asking you to talk about it. If you come right here, it'll say Commissioner Jean. I was not happy to hear what I was being told. I asked for a translation because I did not want to go by chatter here and there, and I did get a translation. Commissioner Jean starts off by saying that the most important thing at this moment is a moment of unity for our community. I agree. After all, having Dukins there and having someone from Haiti in such a historic sports event is amazing. He is a role model, and I think I even touched on that when I spoke, hoping that children learn and do as him. He actually turned to me and thanked me. A little later on, Commissioner Jean states, I would like to ask you for something very special. We see that the Haitian electorates need the support of the community. I say this in Creole so that we can understand. The community needs it. We need a serious backup at this time, especially in the coming time, in the time of this upcoming election in 2026. If Haitians do not stand together, we will definitely lose the city. I ask you with all sincerity to stand together behind your leaders and all your future leaders coming to us so that the city can stand up and everyone in the community can receive what they deserve. First of all, I am both shocked and upset. Mostly upset because I myself have done a lot for the Haitian community, for all communities equally. Equally being the key word. Shocked because this is campaigning, in my opinion. You're encouraging residents to organize politically in a public setting, in a public meeting, in a public building. Imagine me saying something to the effect, oh, vote Jewish, vote Cuban, vote women. No, that is not acceptable. We are all equal. No race, religion, ethnicity, education, or background makes any one of us any better or worse than the other. And every community deserves to be heard and receive everything equally. Our residents, employees, and vendors expect us to be fair. While I brag about how diverse we are, I am now seeing that people are trying to cause diversion. And like I said, Commissioner Jean, through the mayor, I would like to give you an opportunity to either clarify or apologize for your message.
Thank you so much, through the mayor. I want to be very clear. I grew up in this community. I came here at the age of 6 years old. North Miami Beach is my city, just like it is all of our cities here. I made comments at our last commission meeting that I stand behind. As we celebrate every culture, every community, and even during times where we go out and campaign and do different things, there are communities that are left behind. This is a hard statement to make, but it is a statement that I have to make. When we look at outreach in our community, it should be done in Spanish, it should be done in all languages. It should be done for all the community to benefit. And I stand behind that statement. All of our communities should be reached. All of our communities should be reached in the way they need to be reached. That is a fair statement. And I stand behind this statement that I'm making right now. All communities should be reached. When I knock on doors, a lot of people who are Creole speaking in this community say they don't know what's going on in our community. Every community needs something different, and the city needs to provide it to every community.
Mr. Mayor, through the mayor, if I may. Let me just say something. I'm a lot older. I've been around the block more than most of you, especially I've been around blocks 46 years selling houses. You know, you don't sell a house, you sell the people. Let me just tell you something. This is a different statement than you're making. We don't sit up here for one group, for one ethnic group. We have voted on many things. I have said so many times the Haitian community went to Haiti, honorary Haitian. I have said the needs, we're voting on something tonight that's called a Haitian soccer team, even though it is welcoming to everyone. If you're a Jewish kid from Sky Lake, if you're a Puerto Rican kid from Eastern Shores, everyone's inclusive. To sit up here and say that we're not reaching every community is an insult to all of us.
Commissioner Smith, I have to be, this is a delicate conversation. Little Haiti FC is not going to create a Little Haiti FC here. They're creating a North Miami Beach team. The program itself is called Little Haiti FC in Little Haiti, but what they're creating is North Miami Beach.
Which is what I just said. You don't have to be Haitian.
Right.
But you're stating that the Haitian community is not being reached. And by the way, Haitian community, be sure to vote for the Haitians so we can be, that's what I just heard. This is what I just heard.
And it's a fair statement. It's a fair, like I said, it's a hard statement, but it's a fair statement. Every community that needs to be reached needs something different.
And I hope as a commission, we're giving it to you. I hope we're addressing everybody. And I just said in my speech, call us.
Mayor?
Okay.
Excuse me, I hate to interrupt. It pains me, but I would ask that we have one speaker at a time because it's difficult for minutes and transcripts to reflect who's speaking when two people speak at the same time. I apologize
Thank
for
you.
speaking up.
All right, I heard all the comments. Can I haven't gone?
I'm just going to say that it was said, if Haitians do not stand together, we will definitely lose the city. I've been invited to Haiti, and I would have gone if it was not because security reasons. I would love to go to Haiti, and I would love to one day go to a free Haiti. However, we, especially, and when you go door to door, if you want to speak like that, you're going door to door, but we are this was said in a public building, in a city building. This was said at a moment where, we're coming together, we're bringing Duke here to our city. He shouldn't even be like his, I was told, because I was, I can't see his face, the audience. I was told that his face was in disbelief. We should be showing unity. I am so, again, and I'm still going to continue bragging about how we're the most diverse commission, probably, I like to say, Florida, then sometimes I'll say United States, whatever I'm in the mood to say, because I really believe that this is true, but definitely in Miami-Dade County. And, we should not be campaigning. We should not be telling people how to vote. And we should always, we should stand together. All of us should stand together. It's not about a group of people, because a group of people standing together to vote is actually, you're creating, you're creating diversity. I have voted for Haitians. I have not voted for Jews. I have not voted for Cubans. I will always vote for the right person. I will not vote for my party. I will vote first for the right candidate. So, I guess, I was hoping you were going to apologize, but you're not. And, okay, I'm going to finish this. Thank you, and let's continue.
Thank you.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
I'm not feeling too well. I want to move this along, so can we go to the consent agenda, please?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to make a statement, please. I'll be very quick.
Okay.
So we discussed or stated everything that we're celebrating for during the month of May. I would be remiss if I didn't state that May 3rd through May 9th is the 57th Professional Municipal Clerks Week. And just kudos to all the clerk and whoever's listening out there.
City Attorney, yes.
Mr. Mayor, could I just make one statement? I have two things.
Mayor.
One, I want to just say one thing.
Commissioner Sapp, the mayor addressed me. I just want to be sure I didn't.
Okay. No, I wanted to congratulate Vice Mayor Fortuna Smuckler for the Home Rule Award. And I want to just make one statement. When I knock on a Haitian door, they invite me to dinner. They invite me to lunch. So I'm very blessed that I'm part of that community. Thank you so much.
I'm good. Consent agenda, please.
Mayor, you had nothing in it?
Move to introduce.
I was asking, Mayor, there was no report from you?
No.
Okay, I just asking. I wanted to be sure. Had been expecting that.
Mayor.
Okay.
Yes, he's reading consent.
Well, the first items are 9.1 Commission Conference Minutes of March 26, 2026. Item 9.2 Regular Commission Meeting Minutes of March 26, 2026. And item 9.3, the Special Taxing Districts, there's nothing available. So now, Commissioner Chernoff, you're up.
Move to introduce. Approve the consent agenda.
Is there?
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep on forgetting that I'm supposed to be doing this.
Is there a second?
Okay. Second, sorry.
Okay. Item 9.4, resolution number I'm sorry. Item 9.4, resolution number R2026-50, adoption of the FIU North Campus 151st Street Station Area Master Plan, sponsored by the City Manager. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, adopting the North Miami Beach FIU North Campus 151st Street Station Area Master Plan, a transit-oriented development plan providing for findings of fact, implementation, scrivener's error, severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.5, resolution number R2026-51, approving a purchase order for laboratory analytical instruments through piggyback contracts with Hatch Company, sponsored by the City Manager. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving purchase orders for laboratory analytical instruments through piggyback contracts with Hatch Company in an annual amount not to exceed $200,000, authorizing the City Manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.6, resolution number R2026-52, approving a purchase order for fire protection services through a piggyback contract with Johnson Controls Fire Protection, sponsored by the City Manager. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a purchase order for fire protection services through a piggyback contract with Johnson Controls Fire Protection LP in an annual amount not to exceed $100,000, authorizing the city manager designate to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.7, resolution number R 2026-53, approving and authorizing a purchase order with OMBS Security System LLC for fire alarm maintenance services, sponsored by the city manager. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a purchase order with OMBS Security System LLC in a budgeted amount not to exceed $125,000 for fire alarm maintenance services. Authorizing the city manager designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability subject to the budget appropriations and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.8 was deferred. Item 9.9, resolution number R 2026-55, authorizing a change order to the contract with Trihedral Inc. for the purchase of SCADA software configuration and integration services, sponsored by the city manager. A resolution, the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing a change order to the contract with Trihedral Inc., increasing the estimated expenditure by $24,850 for the purchase of SCADA software configuration and integration services, authorizing the city manager designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.10, resolution number R 2026-56, authorizing the city manager to accept the grant assistance under Miami-Dade County Rescue Plan Act, sponsored by the city manager. Resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the city manager to accept a $500,000 grant assistance award under the Miami-Dade County Rescue Plan Act for the Washington Park Community Recreation Center project, providing for incorporation of recitals and providing for an effective date. Item 9.11, resolution number R 2026-57, authorizing the city manager to accept the grant assistance under the Environmental Protection Agency Clean Water State Revolving Fund, sponsored by the city manager. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city North Miami Beach, Florida, accepting a federal grant in the amount of $1,141,038 from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency through the fiscal year 2022 Community Project Funding Program is secured by Congressional Representative Frederica Wilson for the City of North Miami Beach Drainage Improvement Project, authorizing the city manager designee to execute all necessary agreements and documents, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date. Item 9.12. Resolution number R 2026-58, authorizing the city manager to accept a grant assistance under Miami-Dade County Community Development Block Grant, sponsored by the city manager. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, accepting community development block grant reallocation from funding for Miami-Dade County in the amount of $460,000 for the Washington Park Swimming Pool Improvement Project. Authorizing the city manager designated to execute all necessary agreements and documents and providing for an effective date. Item 9.13, resolution number R 2026-59, authorizing the city manager to accept the grant assistance under the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, sponsored by the city manager. Resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the city manager to accept grant assistance from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, providing for incorporation of recitals and providing for an effective date. That is the consent agenda.
1, 2, 3.
To approve.
A motion, do I have a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next is legislation, second
Yes, sir.
reading.
We'll move to
Move to introduce ordinance number 2026-04.
A second.
Okay, and I'm sorry? Okay. There is nothing under quasi judicial, so we're on item 11, legislation. And as just moved, 11.1, ordinance number 2026-04, second reading. The noise ordinance sponsored by Commissioner Sue, an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 9 of the city of North Miami Beach Code of Ordinances, offenses and miscellaneous provisions. Section 9-4, noise control, to establish specific noise regulations for outdoor power tools and landscaping equipment at residences and for outdoor events, and to clarify enforcement, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and for an effective date. This is second reading, and Mayor, it's in order for the at your direction for the sponsor to speak on the item.
And it's community development, right?
Well, certainly, yes, sir, and,
My item.
you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's second reading, so it's between us, so go ahead.
So so we're waiting for the county to pass theirs, and actually, their meeting was today, I believe. I haven't followed up on it, but I asked the attorney, so you have the latest version in front of you, it's a paper version. I was expecting to get this before, but I think the attorney got a little busy, so we didn't get a chance to do that. For, just as a reference, all the penalties that we had amended while we were on the dais together are all in there, as from what I see.
No, it says $500.
No, the new one in front of you.
The one I have that I read this morning or yesterday.
Right, that's the wrong one. So the attorney had just completed this today. Is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
Yes, ma'am. You had indicated when we discussed it several days ago that you were going to end up deferring it anyway because the county was not acting on their.
No, I mentioned to you in the agenda review that I said I would like you to make.
Well,
Hang on, wait,
so go ahead, Commissioner Sue.
Allow me
Go
to
ahead.
finish, thank
Go ahead.
you. I said that I'd like you to amend it according to our meeting. You said the clerk is looking at the minutes and that we'll correct it and send it to me. So now it's being sent to us, all of us, at this time. So as we're sitting on the dais. So my point is that I want us to review this, and if there are any corrections to anything that you'd like to amend, and I'd like to hear your opinion on it. Just as a result, I went to the committee hearing with Mr. Bancole, and it passed the committee, the infrastructure committee that Commissioner Steinberg is chair, that she chaired. So in that meeting, it passed, I believe it was 5-1, 4-1. Mm-hmm. So if there are any changes or anything like that, we will bring the second reading back at the next meeting. So if there are any changes that you would like, we are deferring the vote for the second reading.
However, you want to add, you want to make sure whatever concern, okay.
Correct. I want to make sure that any concerns that the commissioners have, that we all work together on this one and pass it unanimously. Yes, sir.
All right, my concern is on,
The chair.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Chernoff, sorry.
Under G, outdoor power tools and landscaping equipment, it says at a residence between hours of 8 p.m. and 7 a.m. So that means that it's being allowed at 7 a.m.? But I thought we wanted to amend that and not do it so early.
In the summertime, when it's so hot for them to start, that was what we agreed.
No, I don't remember that.
In the summertime, when it was so hot, that's what we said.
Commissioner Chernoff, whatever the point that was made by Commissioner Sue when we had agenda review, since it was going to be deferred anyway, but the reason that it wasn't just deferred before the meeting started was that the commissioner wanted to be sure there was discussion. So I want to stress to you that regardless of what was done on first reading, it's a live item for you to weigh in on if you have thoughts other than what happened at first reading. And since it will be deferred still for a second reading, basically to be sure that we align with the county, you could even bring something up. There are such things as second reading amendments, as long as they're not drastic and change the nature in such a way that the public has no fair opportunity to know that they might expect that. So your comment, regardless of whether it was previously discussed, it's open for discussion like yours now. You're not limited by what was done at the previous reading. You can talk about it now, or even when the second reading is rescheduled. So your comment is certainly well within bounds.
All right, so my concern is that 7 a.m. is too early, especially on the weekend.
So let's make it 7:30. That's what they do in Sunny Isles.
I'd say 8 o'clock on the weekend.
Was that,
But it's on the weekends and 7 on the weekdays, when the people are getting, well, that's
fine.
what you could do.
I make that amendment.
all right.
I'll second that.
Before we continue, Commissioner Smith, can you have your point of personal?
I have a point of personal privilege. I apologize. I had voters' council on my mind, and I said Crawford, Hazel Crawford, who started voters' council, but Barbara Pearson's the one that's going to be honored. Barbara Pearson is the first woman that integrated the North Miami Beach High School, and she's going to be honored at Dade County. I apologize for that. Thank you for letting me correct it, and we all love Barbara, and I appreciate you very much for allowing me to make the correction and bring it where it should be, that everybody goes to honor.
Mayor, did you take a voice vote on this amendment?
I had a motion and a second. So, all in favor?
So to clarify, you
To-
want
to-
to
to-
clarify
for the-
the motion?
Yeah, to clarify the motion, can you,
Clarify the motion.
There was a motion to amend the existing hours, moved by Commissioner Chernoff, seconded by Commissioner Smith, from 7 a.m. to, well, it goes from 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. currently, and the motion is to change that to 8 a.m. on weekends, but leave it at 7 a.m. on weekdays. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
all in favor, say aye as amended?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes. Now it's in
You're
the
back in discussion.
discussion as
on-
for the,
On the noise.
for the
ordinance. Second
proposal
reading
ordinance.
before it's deferred.
okay. Are there any?
Anybody have any suggestions?
I mean, it's gonna, if anybody has any additional concerns, they'll have time to bring it up at the next commission meeting.
They certainly
Lamont, do you
can
have
be
any-
brought up on second reading unless it's a drastic change in the ordinance. The principle, just so everyone understands, is it's a matter of the public having notice. If the public knows that this item is going to be discussed and the basic parameters of it, you don't have to have notice that there won't be some tweaking of it. It's only if it's a radical rewriting or restructuring or adding something that was not contemplated that you have to have a new first reading.
Okay.
I just have a question through the mayor for the attorney. If you get something right now to vote on, something new or something, do we have the right not to vote till we get the chance to read it? Till we get the chance to know what it says?
Well, again, the changes
Not on this, anything,
I'm discussing in general.
Okay.
If the changes are minimal, such as could be brought on the floor, as Commissioner Chernoff just did, anything that could be done by a proper amendment, giving it to you in writing in advance of the meeting, even if it's just before the meeting, is no worse than having something that comes up on the floor. If it is a substantial rewrite, even if it doesn't mandate a new first reading, then you have the privilege of saying, this isn't like just the amounts of the fine, which I think was the only thing that changed substantially. Maybe the distance was a little, but I think that was in there before. It was like whether it was 153 and 5 or 250, and something that's small, you have the ability, yes, to consider, but you also always have the right as a commissioner to say, I haven't really thought about this. This is a little different than the way I had analyzed it. I would like this to be deferred to a time certain to the next meeting. You have that privilege if it's a substantial enough change. But if it's a minor change, if it could be brought on the floor, then certainly it can be brought, presented in writing to you if it's minimal.
No, even new legislation is handed to us before we start the meeting.
If it's brand new and was not previously noticed, so that the issue is, frankly, is notice to the public. The public is entitled to advance notice of what you're going to be talking about. That doesn't mean every tiny little detail, whether the fine is 150 or 250. It means if you're going to start imposing a fine on something that wasn't even mentioned previously, then the public doesn't know that if they haven't something to say, they have to come. You have the right to vote on things that have been noticed, the topics of which have been noticed to the public. But if it's something that's a departure from what the public notices in some substantial way, then no, you should not be voting on it unless, I mean, again, it could be maybe on a first reading, but for second reading, you can't have something that's brand new because the public didn't have notice that that idea would come in front of them. So in that circumstance, no, you should not vote on something that's a whole brand new thing.
And who would stop the vote? Because
I would.
No, you be with them. The trolley vote, which was supposed to be an extension of a rental for 3 months, became a $9 million vote.
That's why I brought it back, Commissioner. I ruled that it had to come back for a new consideration because it was a departure and that was not made known. And some people didn't like it, but that's why it had to come back for a vote. Exactly for that reason. You can't bring up something that's brand new without notice. Now, some cities do it, but I don't think it's proper. City of Miami, they call them pocket items, and they do it all the time. I think it's not proper.
It isn't.
Well, and I would rule that way. If it's something that was not previously introduced and not discussed, then it needs to come back. That's why I insisted that item come back for another vote.
Okay.
You're exactly right.
One more thing about this particular ordinance. I asked the city staff to verify with the county because the 25% is about waterfront. It's only about waterfront. The rest of 25 feet is only about waterfront, where it says here in yellow that the North Miami Beach Commission wants to maintain consistency with Miami-Dade County. Then we have to know exactly what Miami-Dade County is, because in the ordinance you changed it to 100 feet and it's only 25, you change it from 100 feet to 25 feet, and it's only 25 feet in waterfront.
Commissioner, that's why we, in discussion and an agenda review with the sponsor, said even though Miami-Dade County was meeting today, actually earlier in the day, until they're done, I've seen that commission reverse itself 6 hours after they vote on something on reconsideration. So we wanted to be sure we aligned, wait until they were
I understand all that, but what I'm reading is exact. I understand we're waiting because they haven't voted, but what we're reading, that's all I can do to study is what I can study. I can only, I'm given 3 new things tonight, right now, 3 new ones. Do I listen to you or do I read what I have to vote on?
Read what you have to vote on.
I'm just saying.
So, as far as the 25
wanted
feet,
to
that's
address
directed to the
Commissioner
sponsor with all deference, Commissioner.
Okay, we're gonna-
I'll defer to the sponsor on the
I asked
25
staff
feet
to
issue.
review it.
Commissioner Sue, sorry.
Thank you. So remember that the 25 feet only asserts 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Waterfront, house to house, however it is, it's just one house away. So if you can hear the music too loud while you're next door, that still doesn't count until you pass to the next house.
The staff will review it. Thank you.
Okay.
So now we have the ordinance as amended. We're going to defer it.
Yes. And I wanted to check with the manager real quick, because I remember that we had talked about a grace period for contractors and service personnel to be 30 days. Was it 30 or 60? Did you confirm as 60 instead?
I believe it was 30, Commissioner.
Yeah, so Mr. Attorney, I'd like to have that corrected because that's what we agreed on.
Okay, as long as we're correcting it, when you say grace period, what exactly was implied by that? 'Cause it was
Like
a
the
little-
education and informing the contractors and the personnel, then the service personnel. This is item 9.46D.
I understand, I saw the item, and I understand that I did not know, but what I'm asking is, what is intended by, quote, grace period, whether it's 30 or 60? That was a little unclear to me as to what that grace period meant.
It meant that if these,
It's the penalty aspect of it all?
yes, so it's an education period before we actually.
Before you start
implement any
fining,
Fining or any written.
they have a one-time grace.
Anybody has a one-time?
Oh,
Like a
no, no,
30
that's what it,
Or it's just now that there'll be, if it's intended to say that the ordinance, the better course would be to say, if it's just for contractors, that's one thing. But if you're going to, perhaps you want to defer the effective date for 30 days to allow for that time of education. I'm unclear whether it's
I guess I think she's mentioning, and correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Sue, that let's say someone's sent the police or someone to complain, right? So that first instance, right, they have, I guess, 30 days to correct? Or is that what you're trying to say?
There's a warning, it says already.
Tell me if, because I'm
first.
Because he's going to be the one
violation is a
executing
warning
it, so
anyway.
Okay, so
I'll let him share how he's going to do that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So generally, our process is, when allowed to, is we provide a 30 days of instructional period and informational period to the residents, particularly if an ordinance has a penalty to it. So we'll have a workshop, an educational workshop, invite the residents out, make sure that, particularly if a particular community is impacted, we will target that community with flyers and door-to-door knockers. After that, generally speaking, the first citation is a warning, and you have 30 days to ensure that it doesn't, you don't have a similar occurrence, or if it's a type of physical violation that you have to correct it. After that first citation, after that 30 days, if another one occurs within 30 days or 30 days passes and the correction has not been implemented, the next citation is a monetary fine.
So I'm clear on the 30-day warning, but as to the grace period, which is separate, if I am understanding the City Manager Williams correctly, what it's going to be is, once the ordinance is adopted on second reading, there will be a one-time 30-day grace period during which the city will conduct some education, but that's not available to individual contractors thereafter. After that one-time grace period after adoption, what we have is something that says the first violation is a warning, but if there's a repeat, then they're responsible. That's what's intended?
Through the mayor to the city attorney, that's correct.
Thank you.
Is that now?
I think we're on track here. This is great. So, yes, I think the grace period that you mentioned is correct. There is a period of time that we need to send out information and notify and educate everybody on this new ordinance. But each occurrence, so if somebody blasts the music, let's say at midnight, heard 5 doors down, and there's a report. We go in and we do a written warning, right? 15 minutes later, after they turn it down, they do it again. That is when the first fine kicks in, because it's not a 30-day period that they're not committing to the same thing. Because sometimes, you have to have it stop. So that occurrence must stop immediately. It's not a 30-day to, cure bringing down the volume. So that's what my concern is.
Mayor, through the mayor. That's exactly what my understanding, and I think that's what it says about providing the warning. And then if there's, you get a warning for the first violation, you don't get extra time, you get a warning. If there's a second violation, it's a second violation. And I think that's clear. But the grace period, which is the education period, based on the level of what City Manager Williams described, and going out to communities and making sure that affected communities received notice and education as to it, that's why we thought the 60-day grace period made more sense, because getting all of that education done and scheduling, if necessary, workshops in different communities might be difficult to complete citywide within 30 days.
Mr. Manager, what's your, would you like to opine on that? 60 days, 30 days? Or you think 30 days is sufficient?
It's be the will of the commission. We can do 30 days, we can do 60 days.
Well, we have time to decide between now and then.
Okay.
So do we have a motion to defer?
Yes, bring back at the next, I have a direction for Mr. Attorney. Could you please make sure you check with the county ordinance on what the vote passed is, and then propose any changes by the 30th of April,
If it gets
which
passed,
is 9 days from now?
is it going to be on the agenda for them to, like, would you want to do that by the 30th? Because something might happen, they might defer, or something, it doesn't get on there, like.
Right, I mean, like, we have to touch base and have to see if whatever passed by the county. I'd like to see it by the 30th, so when we do have the agenda published, May 5th, I would have, everybody gets a copy of whatever we need to get.
Presuming that the county actually has it available
Correct,
to us.
yes.
They're sometimes a little slow, so if we end up with a 1 or 2 day window there, that may be difficult. But we will absolutely check with them and make sure that we get what they have.
Excellent.
Procedural question. What happens to what I proposed as an amendment?
It's already included.
It's already adopted.
Yeah, we're
Incorporated.
we're dealing with the amended.
It is, yes, but it is tabled after that amendment has been accepted.
So do I have a motion and a second to table? To defer.
Defer,
To next meeting.
yes.
Motion.
I have a motion and a
Second.
second. All in favor, say aye. Next item on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to be recorded as a yes vote for the consent agenda items. I wasn't here when they were voted on. Thank you.
Yes.
That's
Okay.
permissible.
I was just, yes.
Madam Clerk, if you would so record Commissioner Flournoy.
Noted.
11.2, yes, sir.
Pet sales.
The dog.
Yep.
I introduced the dog.
Item 11.2, ordinance number 2026-06, second reading, amending pet sales, sponsored by Commissioner Smith, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 6 of the City of North Miami Beach Code of Ordinances, Animals and Fowl, Section 6-9, restrictions on retail pet sales and pet mills, to clarify exemptions, enhance regulations and enforcement, providing for conflict, severability, codification, and for an effective date. And let me note, Commissioner, that the only change in what's handed out was the amendment that you made to delete, I think it was number 5 under Part B. That was the amendment that you did last time, and that's the only difference, is to reflect that in what's in front of you. There is no other change.
Okay.
And Mayor, I think that the Commissioner, I guess, gets to speak first as the sponsor.
Well, this is a second reading. Commissioner Smith, do you have any issues?
You have the floor, Commissioner.
Pardon me?
You have any issues regarding your second reading?
You have the floor to speak in
Yes.
favor of your item.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you all for bringing me back. I'm trying to see, because I got 11-2s, and you just explained what it was, because I didn't understand why we were having a second one.
It was just
All right.
that one item.
All right, so the only thing I want to say is today at the hospital they brought a therapy dog, and everybody on the floor went crazy. We have to protect these animals because they protect us. So I appreciate all of your support on this. Thank you very much.
Motion to approve?
Do
I make the motion to approve.
Madam Clerk, can you do a roll call?
Commissioner Chernoff.
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon.
Yes.
Commissioner Jean.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Commissioner Sue.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smuckler.
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes.
It passes.
All right, next
Thank you
item is first, 11.3, first reading. Sign order. Do I have a motion to introduce?
Motion to introduce.
Second.
Item 11.3, ordinance number 2026-05, first reading, sign code ordinance, sponsored by Commissioner Sue. An ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending North Miami Beach sign code as to political signs, shortening the time to remove signs post-election and increasing the amount of the sign bond, providing conflict, severability, codification, and for an effective date. I do want to note that there is a memo from our office that went out on this. There is some troubling case law that deals with the regulation of non-commercial signs. And the essence of that case law, as put together by one of my partners, Skip Miller, is that the Supreme Court has said that non-commercial signs, that is not, buy a mattress or shop at my restaurant, should all be treated the same. That means if it's a sign relating to a religious institution, if it's a sign relating to some kind of a nonprofit organization, or political signs, which are non-commercial, they should all be treated the same. Now, frankly, in this South Florida community, that's not the general practice. What we were asked to do, we have a sign code. We were asked to make a couple of changes to conform it in a couple of regards to what Aventura does. They have 7 days to remove them, and it's a slightly higher sign bond. Aventura does it. Frankly, most local cities do it the same way. They regulate political signs. They do regulate political signs differently than other non-commercial signs. And we're only talking about political signs in the context of an election, something that's on the ballot, whether it be a candidate or whether it be a referendum item of some kind. You cannot regulate other kinds of political signs at all. I mean, if somebody wants to have a sign that says, bring home the hostages, or legalize marijuana or something like that, that's free speech and they have a right to do that. Unless it impacts public health and safety, we really have no right to regulate those. But what is being proposed here and what we have in the books and what most of the neighboring communities have may not represent strict compliance with Supreme Court guidance on it. Frankly, I don't know that anybody is going to challenge that because it's what most communities do. And I consider it relatively low risk because if somebody actually did challenge it and we had to amend the ordinance to not be able to regulate political signs separately, but regulate them the same way that other non-commercial signs were regulated, we could do that pretty quickly and pretty effectively and not incur much of a substantial penalty. I just have to note for the record, though, that there is at least what appears to be a technical non-compliance, because if it were to come up, I wouldn't want you to think, gee, I thought we were bulletproof on this. That's not quite the case, but I do consider it to be an acceptable level of risk because so many communities around us do exactly the same thing. So I just wanted to note that for the record.
Madam Clerk, since it's first reading, can you open up the floor for public comment?
If you'd like to speak on this item, please come forward.
That would be law of the jungle, though. We can't have that.
Okay, I just wanted to say, also to include something, when people put their campaign sign.
Please state
Oh, Karen Harold, NMB resident. If people put their campaign sign on your property without permission.
Mayor, if I might.
Okay.
No one can put something on your property without your permission. If they do, now again, we may not know who did it, but it doesn't matter who placed it there. If it's on your property without your permission, you can report it, but you can also just pick it up and throw it in the trash. Something that's on your property without your permission does not have a right to be on your property without your permission, and you may remove it.
Okay, we have also some homes that are vacational homes, like people only come down certain months of the year. So they have a sign stuck there that they didn't put there. There's nobody to see it, no one to remove it. If there's anything that can be added in there about discouraging or not putting it on, there's nothing to stop them, no one to stop them. So people think they're voting for this person when they were illegally put there, so.
Mayor,
whatever.
if I might. Anyone who believes that, somebody who's renting out a vacation home indicates that that's their preference is foolish, but people are allowed to be foolish. Again, the right belongs to the owner. And unless it's a violation in some other way of our sign code, too big, too garish, something like that, that's not within the regulations that we have, we can't remove things that are on private property except at the direction of their owner. Now, there should be records as to, through the property appraiser and otherwise, of ownership, and certainly if somebody, contacts the owner, wherever they are, there's supposed to be contact information, and if the owner says, I want it removed, then they can have it removed if it's their choice, but we cannot presume to act for an absent owner because the absent owner may have authorized it.
Okay, I just know this last year, or the last election down 10th Avenue, you see somebody, the same person, put a sign, somebody went around, I have video of them doing it in my yard, and they did it on many other yards, so, okay, thanks.
If you find somebody who's trespassing on your property and you can identify who did it, you can report that to the police. Trespassing is
They have
illegal.
more important things to do. Okay, thank you.
Next speaker.
Mubarak Azan. As a resident who've been taking part in elections for many years, I have problems with people putting the signs on their swales, unswale. I think it's illegal. It's also illegal for when you put down your signs, other people come in ripping it up. I think the North Miami Beach Police Department should be investing in remote cameras because we need to catch some of these culprits, and the fines should be really heavy, so heavy that they would never do it again. Where you can listen to the candidates speak as to where they're losing their signs, and you put up some of those cameras about there to catch the culprits, because we can't be doing this thing here over and over. And there's then they leave the signs up after the elections. I know the mayor is guilty of that. He had a sign up on the school fence, even though we spoke to him, sent mails to him. He refused to remove it. If you're going to be creating laws and you don't want to abide with it, there's a problem. It's lawlessness. That needs to be taken care of. People shouldn't be threatening you to abide with the law. The law is for everyone. It's not for some, not, skip on these sort of things. Create the law and follow the law yourself and make the city a better place. It's not a king we elected. A king wouldn't have to remove their signs. You're an elected official, and you should abide by the laws that you make. Thank you very much for having me.
Good evening, Terrence Kamanzuli, Sunray West. I think the $500 is way too low. Being on the code board and speaking to all these code enforcement officers over the past 15 years, 10 to 15 years, their time is money. There are many, many signs. Last election, there was over 15,000 signs, is what I was told by code enforcement officers, that they keep taking down, being put back up, taking down because they're illegal, putting back up. they're not getting fined. All they can do is take them down. I think a higher than $500 should be out there for these candidates that don't want to follow the law. In swales, on private property, multiple signs on the same property, on commercial properties. This is something that I've been a person who's spoken out against this over the last 10, 15 years, myself being on a corner house, and I usually don't put up signs. I've never really okayed signs because of my wife's beliefs. So it's something that I think should be more than $500 for amount. Thank you.
Any more speakers?
Any other speakers? Public comment is closed.
All right, we'll go.
Would like to add something to this.
Mayor?
Sorry. Yes. There are some people also that they're running against.
Your name, please.
Oh, again, Maria Hawk. So, like, if Miss Daniela Jean put her sign in my house, somebody that is running against her go and take it and throw it away. I have seen that. I am not saying yours, I'm just making an example, taking you as an example. But I really don't like that. You see, there's when I vote for that person. And that is for, that work for almost everybody. When they see that somebody went out so hard, there's when people alienate to vote for that person. So if any of you want to keep doing that, you are welcome, but just keep in mind that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Mayor?
All right, seeing public comments closed, Commissioner Sue, right? Yes.
Okay. So I think like in the last election cycle when I was running, everybody made sure that I picked up my signs from all the homes and everywhere else. I mean, we're hearing a lot of things that I know a lot of people are dealing with, whether it be like, a ghost planter into a home that has no one there. Sometimes they just put it there and hope that the other person would take it out or the owner would take it out. And a lot of times the owners feel like, they don't want to do that because they don't want to offend the candidate. So, but they're unhappy. And then of course, let's say they're supporting me and there's another candidate running for the same seat. So they just kind of feel awkward about it. Sometimes some people would just take it out if they didn't allow or give permission to candidate. So there's a lot of things around that, and I think there's bordering between campaign signs, the length of time that it's on. This is strictly to address the time that it's on, the time that the signs are up in our city property. I mean, in our city boundaries. So, and if it's not, then if what TC said just now about 15,000 signs, if you can imagine our code enforcement personnel going to pick up 15,000 signs. This is a problem. So, and I agree, if that is the case, 500 is definitely too low. Now, so there's no permission, there's in the public right of way, there is also removing other people's signs. I think removing comes into the category of trespassing, is that correct, Mr. Attorney?
It depends. If it's on someone's private property, it's trespassing.
Yeah.
My understanding of our laws is you're not permitted to place them on swales.
Right.
Although in some places, like in Aventura, there is some limited ability to place some signs on public property. They do allow it. For instance, at the library, there were signs that were allowed to be placed there, although there are some regulations about whether they're unaccompanied signs.
Right.
But swales, right of way, in this city, I believe, are not allowed, but it's not trespassing. It's a different violation. Trespassing is only if you're going on private property.
Okay, thank you. So I want to open up this discussion because we've all ran for office before, and I just want to hear what your thoughts are.
Mr. Mayor? This is a slippery slope we're trying to go down. And I want to say that because sitting on the council for as long as I have, in the past, there was a mayor in a wheelchair, not the last mayor, the one before it, who totally blew our sign ordinance out of the water and called it his right, and because of federal was allowed to do that, and then our sign ordinance was kaput. So no matter what we put together, it can be challenged, and
I mean, like, to your point, Commissioner Chernoff. Sorry, I'm a little bit Chernoff. Because how do you deal with the presidential stuff or the federal stuff? Like, we're gonna like take down some of those and hey, give us the money. I don't know how we're gonna deal with that, but like I understand there's a
With what?
there might be a need for it. I just want to know how you're gonna deal with like federal campaigns, state campaigns.
Mayor,
Yes.
and also, let me say again,
County.
I talked about the free speech aspects that are not as strict when you're talking about signs related to a campaign.
Right.
But when you start talking about if you increase I mean, we're kind of in with other cities with our amount, but if you were to start to have drastically higher fines,
You're limiting.
you would draw complaints that you were violating political free speech, which is core speech, if it was done, if the fines became so high that it was actually prohibiting people from getting their message out. That's the kind of thing that can take us being in the middle of the pack with all the other cities and having a little bit of safety. We start sticking out, then that's going to likely to draw a lawsuit.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not done. The problem is that for many, many years, we had the regulation of a 4x8 signs allowed in the city of North Miami Beach. And you put up a $500 fine for all those years.
Bond.
A bond. Right now, we have zero bond.
Right.
And no limit on the number of signs you want to put up. And
Large signs, there's a limit.
25 now.
Right.
Okay, but if somebody wants to put up 50, they can challenge us. And again, we can put regulations for as long as we want, and 99% of the people will adhere to it.
Right.
But you're going to get that one person who's not going to adhere to it and doesn't care what your regulation is because they call it free speech, and they hang their banner on that, and the city attorney agrees with them, and we can't do anything. That's what my concern is.
I want to mention something at the North Miami Beach Library. When I ran 4 years ago, I remember we were not allowed to leave the signs out overnight. We had to collect them.
North
And
Miami Library.
Aventura.
Oh,
I said North Miami Beach, right? I meant Aventura, sorry. At the Aventura Library, which was a polling site as well, we were not allowed to leave the signs out overnight, and I believe during the day we were not allowed to have more than 2, I think it was. Planted, yeah. I mean, they're doing it.
Well, they have the regulation. I'm not saying they don't have the regulation, and they're not enforcing it. But if somebody wants to fight it, they're not going to win.
Right. And they were actually enforcing it. Like if they were, like when I would see them coming, I would take for the other candidates that I was with, like if there was more than 2 signs, I'd put one down. So they were definitely enforcing it.
But to what the city attorney said, is that we would have to be somewhere in the middle of the pack to make it as enforceable as we can.
Right.
So I just he wanted you to keep that in mind. I don't know.
No, thank you. So I just want to address, when you were mentioning, the presidential campaigns. I'm sorry. So I wanted to address the concern that we have with other campaigns that are not North Miami Beach candidates. I remember that I was pointing out that a state representative candidate had like 50 signs there, or I mean, like whatever he had. And then the code enforcement came in and told me that no, he paid the bond. You cannot plant your signs in here until you put a bond up and early voting for Aventura. So I ended up holding all of my signs, and then we had people there who were also holding signs. So that's how it happened. And I think that like they're very strict. They drive, I mean, we've seen code enforcement from Aventura come over to that library like multiple times. And they, every time they come, they pull out a sign and they put it in their, you know, in their truck bed. So I think that, I think it kind of, that's just the enforcement side of it. We're now looking into what is the way that we could keep our city in order before election, during election, and after election. That's my concern, because I feel like, you know, code enforcement, we have very few personnel already, right? There's a lot of things to do. There's a lot of things that they could be focusing on versus like, you know, trying to get a bond back or collect signs from people. I mean, like during that time, I remember the wind was really strong, so some of the big signs flew out of their, you know, their stakes in the ground, and they had to go retrieve it and put it back, and, you know, there's a lot of things. So I just wanted to make sure that, like, our city is in order. We're not having the election signs, like, bother, you know, residents and be a nuisance. Okay.
City Attorney?
Mayor, let me just point out, this resolution does two things. Proposed ordinance does two things. It shortens the time in our code to remove signs after an election. It's currently 10, and we were asked to conform it to Aventura, which only gives 7. That's one of the two things this does, shorten the time. The other is to increase the bond, which, although Commissioner Chernoff is correct that it was blown up completely, our code says $250. This raises it, I believe, to $500. Those are the only two things in front of you: increasing the bond and reducing the time to remove them. So if there's some other thoughts that people think they might want to do, which, you know, again, your point, Mayor, what are we going to do if it's a presidential or senatorial campaign? It's a very good point. But we'll do another analysis if somebody has other amendments. But the two that the sponsor is seeking here are both to make things stricter, and neither is to allow any Wild West anything. They're just to tighten up the code, and that's what's in front of you. So, you know, you could talk about it, and maybe somebody will come back and want to do something differently. But for now, this is all that's being done, and they're both to make things stricter.
All right, this is it's first reading, so Commissioner Smith.
If I'm wrong, there's another issue or two. Madam Clerk, currently, what is the date that you could put up a yard sign if you're running for the November election?
Not before March 1st.
So is March 1st you could put up a sign in the yard?
That's what it states, yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
I think that's too long.
Yeah, right.
Way too long. People steal them. The wind blows them away. I think they become blight in the neighborhood. More people run, the more signs you see. Some people put 4 candidates in their front yard. And so I think that needs to be changed. Also, I'm trying to look for where it is, that you can have 25 signs, any side exceeding 616 square inches per sign. So those signs can be made 2 different ways. The thing that's interesting is a lot of candidates put their signs in the county. And I don't know if they got permission or they didn't get permission, but the 25 signs regulation is only for North Miami Beach, and part of North Miami Beach happens to be in the county. So I think we should keep that in mind. I understand what Commissioner Chernoff is saying, but I think regulations are important. I think people that break the regulations, the public sees. And I think that they'll recognize that they're not adhering to what the regulations are to be a good candidate.
Commissioner Smith, I have to say to you, if somebody has lawfully opened a campaign account and they have wide latitude about when they can do that, even March 1st, if somebody opens their campaign account January because they want to start raising money and they want to start spending it by putting up signs, I don't admit error from the dais, but I can tell you that we would have substantial issues defending a prohibition, certainly if we wanted to just make it later for a short period of time. And I'll tell you right now, in a city the size of this with close to 50,000 people, saying that you can only have 25 signs for your campaign,
25 commercial signs.
The big signs.
Big signs.
you know, if you have contacted private property owners and they have given you permission to put a sign on their property, and the sign is not a danger to public health and safety, it's not loosely attached and could fly off in a storm, or it's not blocking the triangle or sight lines or something, in a city as big as this, with as much commercial property as we have,
With all respect, you're opening a Pandora's box. Yes, you're right. It could be sued. I understand what you're saying, but you didn't sit on this council when we went over and over the blight and the disfigurement of North Miami Beach with all those signs. That's why the regulation for 25 feet was started and 25 signs was started. The first year I ran, I knocked on a man's door. And it's very interesting because I didn't know him. And he went and got me a check for $200. He liked the way I talked. He thanked me for running. He'd been there a long time. And about a week and a half later, I get a phone call from code enforcement. You're not allowed to have a banner sign. And you're certainly not to have it on a 2-story commercial building by the railroad track. I said, I don't have a banner sign. He said, you definitely do. I said, give me the address. The man went out and bought a banner sign and put it on his building. How embarrassing was it for me to tell the man he had to take down the sign he just paid for?
shouldn't have been enforceable against you. You didn't do it.
I'm just telling you that the blight, and you know, it's also code enforcement's, again, who has the authority? And I'm going to tell you a story that's true. We put up our signs, our big signs, my husband's men who had been with him for 50 years, and I get a phone call that they're 1 foot too tall. They're only allowed to be 6 feet, and they're 7. I made those men go back and change 8 signs and dig that hole in the hot sun deeper. And they quit my husband 50 years. Because code enforcement called me, but code enforcement did not call when other people were on the fence of city property within the 100 feet of voting. And when I said to code enforcement, when are you going to have those signs removed? They said, above my pay grade. I said, get me your supervisor. I got a supervisor. When are you going to have the signs removed? He said, he said, above my pay grade. So, you know, there's a lot of games that go, I think a regulation is important so the public can see who follows the regulation and who doesn't. I really do.
Commissioner Smith, and it was the then city manager that was allowing that to happen because it was making your sign shorter because to go against you and allowing the other people's sign because that's who he wanted to win. So it was not so much the fault of the code. They were doing what the then city manager wanted to do because it was convenient for him to have certain people win and certain people lose.
That's scary.
But then look who it was.
Scary.
It's first reading, so I'm willing to move it forward because it is first reading, and it does put us in conformity with other cities.
Mr. Mayor,
I was gonna,
I was going to ask, would Commissioner Smith like to make any amendments to the ordinance?
The attorney and I disagree. He knows law, and I know the blight. March, for people to put up signs in March, I think the regulation should be this summer. That's my opinion.
okay. So, but like I said, it's first reading. Does somebody want to call in? Or?
Well, I mean,
It's first reading, so like.
all right, I motion to approve.
Okay, I have a motion, and do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, did you want to do amendment?
I wanted to do an amendment.
Okay,
Make the sign requirement not before July 1st, July, August, September, October, November, June.
actually, what about qualifying, like at qualifying, because that's when they can put the bond up.
When is qualifying? When is qualifying?
I think it's mid-August or something like that. Like this
But I thought
year,
the bond, you put the bond once you start putting signs.
that's true.
So it wouldn't be like when you qualify, it'd be like whenever you put the sign up. That would make it the most effective.
What does everybody think? What do you want? June, July,
I just
August?
don't want a constitutional challenge.
Well, they can have a constitutional challenge for any of it. I mean, we
this
can't
whole
live with
thing is
that.
a
You
constitutional
have the
challenge.
attorney look into those dates and
Yeah.
see maybe what's more appropriate?
And then him come back, like, this is the first reading. So
Got it.
can we pass it as is?
Wait, can we ask, just real quick, you saw the Aventura, did they have a start date or no? Whenever the signs?
I don't recall that they had a start date, but I will look because Commissioner, you had two specifics and I checked the two specifics. So.
Okay, why don't we explore the July, ask the attorney to explore the July date and give us opine on that, and then for now, we're going to pass it as is.
Okay.
So motion to approve.
I have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you do a roll call, please?
Commissioner Florimon,
Yes.
Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Sue,
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smuckler,
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes.
It passes.
11.4,
First reading? Yes.
motion.
Do I have someone to introduce, please?
Motion to, second.
Okay.
Item 11.4, ordinance number 2026-07, first reading, establishing community association registry, sponsored by Commissioner Sue, an ordinance, the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, GA-02-2026, community association registry, amending chapter 14 entitled Building and Housing, adding section 14-13, community association registry, establishing local requirements for registration for community associations with the city, including enforcement provisions for enhanced transparency in alignment with Miami-Dade County Community Association Registry, providing for codification, conflict, scrivener's error, severability, and providing for an effective date. This is first reading, sponsored by Commissioner Sue.
Open up for public comment, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
If you'd like to speak on this item, please come forward. No one has come forward.
All right, comes back. Commissioner Sue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this ordinance is the condo ordinance. I mean, basically, the state had passed a whole condo statute about reporting and transparency and whatnot. And I'm a condo dweller, so I live in a condo. I know the issues and the problems that we have. The fact that I had to invest an additional on top of whatever I purchased on my condo, over $100,000 in assessments and repairs and, getting the building recertified and all that. All of this would not have been a problem for me had all the budgets and everything be searchable or be transparent. So with that said, I'm 100% behind this whole transparency. I think what it's going to do for North Miami Beach is it's going to make our properties more valuable, because people will start to fall in line about all the reserves that they need to put in and make sure that their budget is tight, everything is spent and sourced and procured correctly, and the transparency is definitely going to help our property values, because currently the I'd say condos in Florida is rock bottom. We're the only state in the nation that is not allowed anything less than 10% down payment for a condo. So it's either 10% or 25% down payment. And that is a big burden because people cannot afford that kind of down payment when they want to purchase a first home. So with that said, like I look forward to your approval to this. This is not going, it's going to very minorly cost the city in terms of code enforcement, meaning because they will have to check to see if the condo association has or has not registered. We have expanded the condo to HOAs. We have expanded this to co-ops and any association-related entity in our city. So everything is searchable. It's going to be, they only register once. They don't have to do things twice. We can search them from from our city's website. Everything has been collaborated with the county. So that's 100%, like we don't have to add any more burden to our staff just for transparency's sake. Now, with that said, I just wanted to hear what everybody else had any input on that.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you. So I assume this is retroactive. Everybody had to sign up. The question is, how do we know? Because they already signed with the county. It's just the county collaborating their information with North Miami Beach. But if they don't sign up, if they're not transparent, what's the penalties? Mr. Attorney, don't we want to put the penalties in this ordinance?
I think that the penalties are already established.
Not in here. I read them.
The county really preempts this area. And the original contemplation of this ordinance has changed substantially based on the fact that the county adopted something. And they really preempt the area. So it would be a problem for us to do something that is really different than what their scheme of enforcement. They have asked us to cooperate with them. What's left of this ordinance, since they've preempted, is basically we're asking people in this city to do it, and we're kind of like a reporting mechanism to the county. They're policing the unincorporated areas, and we're providing that information for within our city limits for them to then proceed with enforcement.
So if they do not register, the county gets the fine.
That's the scheme that the county has enacted. And we're basically kind of eyes and ears for the county here.
So if it's a county regulation, why are we having an ordinance which becomes law, which doesn't state what the county's fines would be? I mean, I'm trying to understand.
Sponsor as to the.
I'm trying to understand.
No, I understood that we are enforcing it. That's the reason why we're passing this ordinance.
It's not my understanding, Commissioner. I'll go back through with you and sit, but I thought that when you look at the way the ordinance was revised, that's my understanding. We can inspect, we can report, but basically my understanding is that we are reporting it to the county so that they can take action based on it. We're kind of being eyes and ears because there is concern that they might not look carefully enough at what's going on inside municipal limits. They may be looking to us to do that, but we can break that down. Again, it's first reading.
Well, could we defer this until we find out what we're doing? I mean, if it's a county regulation and the county collects a fine and the county has a requirement, but we're making an ordinance to change our code, I would like the ordinance to state what it's all about. We're changing. I would make a motion to defer until we know what we're doing.
I'd second that too. Yeah, because I mean, I was under the impression 100% that we're enforcing it, and that's the reason why the urgency of having this done.
Before you do, well, you can defer. I mean, you might want to hear from community development.
No, yeah, we should.
But let's defer.
Okay, yes, sir.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. And Community Development will come back. Next
Yes, sir.
item.
We'll come back and I'll get with Mr. Ahmed and the department and we'll
Mohammed?
review that further and with the sponsor as well. 11.5, we need a motion, Mayor.
Motion to introduce, well, I can't.
You do it so well.
Move to introduce resolution number R 2026-60, authorizing a facility use agreement with Little Haiti FC Inc.
Second it.
Number 11.5, resolution number R 2026-60, authorizing a facility use agreement with Little Haiti FC Inc., sponsored by Commissioner Jean. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a facility use agreement with Little Haiti FC Inc., authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the agreement and utilize funds in an amount not to exceed $52,240 from the Community Benefit Youth Sports account to support the first year of the program. Authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Sponsored by Commissioner Jean.
Commissioner Law.
Thank you so much. I wanted to hear from the coach again. What was your name? JP. Coach JP. Can you tell us a little bit? I know you gave us in a nutshell what the program was. The school. So this is the school itself. The monthly charge for families is how much?
$100 for twice a week.
$100 for twice a week. So for a month, roughly, it would be how much? If they were to do twice.
$100 per month.
Oh, $100 per month for twice a week.
Twice a week.
Okay. And this is what you do full time, correct? I mean, as it relates to the school, the whole purpose is it's an academy, right?
It's not an academy. That's
Okay.
why it's called School of Soccer. It's a recreational program. Right now we have in Oak Grove Park, all the ages are playing recreational leagues. In Allen Park, we have only under 8, under 12 that we had the numbers to play this small league that we do with other clubs. We are trying to build a girls team, but we didn't have enough girls to add to the league, and the under 10. So we have classes from 6 to 12 years old. The girls we have older, yeah.
Thank you.
And one limitation of the program is that we started at Washington Park, all before, before the renovation. And then we had the opportunity to move to Allen Park when the football season was over. But the problem is when we go to Allen Park, which is a better facility, a better field, big field, we were able to grow the program. But then when the football season starts, which is probably now in June, we have to move to Uleta. And then when we move to Uleta, it's very small. And we've been trying to use Mission Park too, but it's been very busy. And I was after... Do you have any more questions for me?
That's all I have. So currently, the Mr. Manager, the MOU is for which park usage? Or park?
I'll call up the Director of Parks to answer that for you, Commissioner Jean.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, everybody else on the dais. Good evening. Andrew Plotkin, your Parks and Recreation Director. The current site that the team is looking for that's in the facility agreement is Allen Park.
Okay. And for example, for existing clubs like this one, how would you guys work through the schedule?
So it's very tight scheduling. Mr. JP and his school is one of 6 other organizations that rent our fields throughout the city. So as he states, he has a program. It's a rental agreement along with other rental agreements that we have throughout, and providing space and working around our well-established Sun Devil football team and also our NMB baseball. Also the baseball. We have the Optimist Club, the Sun Devils. And then we also have our NMB baseball, Little League. So it's Obviously, scheduling is a challenge for all the organizations. Everybody's fighting for the same time. Everybody wants the peak 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. window. So obviously, scheduling for everyone is a challenge.
Thank you. That's all questions I have.
Mr. Manager, through the mayor, could I just ask Mr. Plotkin a couple questions?
Yes, please.
So, Mr. Plotkin,
Yes.
when you add another, how much revenue do we get when they rent?
Off the top of my head, I believe JP would know this more than me, but he's probably around $896 to us a month.
Okay, so.
Average.
And you have 6 places that pay that?
Depending on how often they rent and the time frame that they rent, it varies, obviously. But he's consistent. Like you said, twice a month it's been, and I think that average is close to around $800, $900 a month.
And the football starts, the football season. So now you're going to add somebody else. How would they have an opportunity to use Allen Park?
Commissioner, to be honest, they might not.
Okay.
That's why I believe he said that sometimes we'll say, hey, not hey, but this field is no longer available. However, we could move you over to, let's say, Ulita or somewhere else if you're interested. But everybody knows going in that our priority has been always the Sun Devil football program and NMB Little League. They've been with us for.
So even if this is
when I was in
agreed tonight and signed upon, they understand that it's not written in stone that there'll be availability for.
I believe the agreements are monthly. Is that correct? Yeah. So when we rent it out, it's on a monthly basis, not guaranteed, but we try to go month to month and try to accommodate as best we can to all we can.
No, but I'm talking in reference to this resolution.
That resolution right there before you is year-round. It's twice a week for 6 months during the week, and then it's twice a week during the week and 1 weekend day for the other 6 months. And I think that's trying to work around the football program.
But if there's not availability, are they going to get there twice a week, or we're going to push somebody that's paying out?
If somebody will have to go because they'll become the priority.
So somebody that pays.
Well, somebody will have to relocate or adjust, I should say. I don't ever want to push somebody out, but space is a premium and time frame is a premium. So they would have to adjust or we'd have to look at other locations potentially.
So this money would be coming from, this money comes from a fund that has $70,000 that must be spent for sports.
Youth sports, yes, ma'am.
Youth sports. So is there other areas that we have a need that we as a commission would not be aware that there's a need for funds? I'm thinking the free swimming. I want every child to be able to swim. So are we short on funds? In other words, does this money need to be spread a little different?
That's for you all to decide. My team, obviously this came a few months ago. I went through Commissioner Jean when she was doing her public arts resolution, and then we were looking for the funds that the community developers had agreed to and paid. And so a few months ago, I think it was 3 months ago, the resolution came and the money was moved to the proper place. So to be honest, my team, we haven't done the evaluation. It's only been a few months. They've been laser focused on summer camp, and usually about now or in a month is when we start focusing on next year's our youth sports programs after school. But I'm sure there's need. Free swimming, as you said, is one. We've partnered with the Zero Drowning in Miami-Dade County and the Children's Trust. So now we bring our local elementary schools during the school year to Victory Pool, and we teach them how to swim for free. It's a great program that you all passed. But during the summer, when we do our swim lessons, there is a fee to that.
So I think this is very important to bring to our city. And I made sure that it's for everyone. It's not just for the Haitian community, although the Haitian community are extreme, as they say, football, soccer, advocates. But the boy across the street from me, a Jewish young gentleman, goes to a private high school in Orlando somewhere because he wants to be a soccer player.
IMG.
He spends 5 hours a day playing soccer.
IMG.
So I want to make sure before $52,000 is put in a direction, and believe in the project 1,000%. But if we're going to turn down revenue for the city, then it's not a $52,000 grant. It becomes whatever we turn down also. The grant becomes bigger. So we really have to concentrate.
The central question here is what the city wants. If the city wants a soccer program that will be entirely free or not to the community, if the answer is yes, for example, how does this $52,000 will be used for the program? And if other schools would have the opportunity to show their program too. Because with this amount of money, depending on the number of days you can do, it can be lower than that. It's going to be free for the residents and paid for non-residents. That's a different picture. So if the city wants to have their own soccer team, that's what you have to decide. That's my opinion.
How is this money being distributed, Mr. Manager?
The community benefit account is money that we receive from the developers for use of different programs. We have two separate accounts, Art in Public Places, which has $70,000 utilized to put art in public places. And we have $70,000 for the youth sports program, which can be at the will of the city manager or the will of the city commission.
No, but how is it being distributed? We write a check, or they give us the bills? How does it work?
There was a discussion in Parks. There was a discussion in Parks about a reimbursement program, and there was also a discussion about paying the money up front in full.
I think Mr. Pat Santangelo is here. He can speak to that if you like.
Yes, for sure. We would love to hear from you.
Do you have questions for him?
No, she asked would he like to say anything. Would you like to say?
Yes, Commissioners. We originally started in Little Haiti. Last year, we started in the city of North Miami with an identical program that we're asking to do here. Right now in North Miami, we have 250 kids registered playing their field. We use Ben Franklin Park there, and they're able to give us that park basically 6 days a week because they believe in the program. Again, it's not just recreational, it's a whole lifestyle for these children. And we take them, we're part of what's called Florida Youth Soccer Association, which is the highest level of soccer. All our coaches have workman's compensation, they have, background checks, we've been doing this for 12 years now. And again, the children don't just come on Saturdays and then you don't see them anymore. We have these kids, even if they're not there every day, they're calling us every day. So we're handling issues with immigration, with school problems. We monitor their schoolwork every day. It's a whole lifestyle for these kids. So North Miami Beach or Franklin Park, if you went by there, 5 o'clock, Monday through Thursday or Saturday morning and watch them play, you'll see it's a world-class organization. The president of FIFA, Gianni Infantino, heard about our program. He talks about Little Haiti FC on his stump speech around the United States when he's trying to encourage local cities like this to provide the children in their community with free youth soccer because he believes the United States is missing out on a lot of talent. So this is the only program where any kid can come by and play soccer. If they're good, we had a girl play in the World Cup in 2023 for the Haitian national team. Naomi Ambrose was a part of Little Haiti FC. So if the kids in North Miami Beach have the talent, they can go all the way to the World Cup.
Let me ask you, you play now in Washington Park?
Excuse me, ma'am?
Did you play in Washington Park?
Do we play Washington Park?
No.
We have, I don't remember them specifically.
He's saying that you haven't, but why can't they?
You haven't?
Oh, no, we've never played in the city of North Miami Beach.
And my biggest question is twofold. One is, how does the money work? Would you turn in your receipts and then they would pay whatever you paid or whatever you owe, we would pay the bills?
No, the way we work it in Miami and North Miami is basically we show you the budget, okay, which the city manager has, and basically that money is just for coaching, uniforms. The board of directors of Little Haiti FC, which is made up of educators, in fact, the dean of students at JFK Middle School is the president of Little Haiti FC. That's how we keep track of all the grades and everything. The kids can't get away from us, okay? The dean of students at Miami Edison High School is on our board. I have a degree in secondary education from UMass. So we watch education. The thing we're proudest of is that every kid in this program graduated high school and most of them went to college. Taking this high-risk population and having a track record like this is what gets us attention almost worldwide because nobody's doing this.
And so my last question is, if you couldn't have Allen Park, would you, for one or two of the sessions, let's say in the busiest time of the year, go to another park so that they don't lose the revenue for the city?
Our agreement is whatever the parks director and the city manager allows us to play, wherever it is, we're grateful for that.
So is that the way it's written, Mr. Plotkin, so that you understand it?
Yes, ma'am, that's the way it's written.
That's the way, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I have some questions.
Well, sorry, can you repeat what
What they're saying is because everybody wants Allen Park, and let's say they have a tournament that they're in the middle, they're at the end of their tournament, and they want Allen Park because it's a bigger regulation field, rather than lose the revenue of $900 to the city, that I asked him, would he move to a smaller field for that time so that one of the paying soccer teams, and he said he would.
Yes, what we do in the city of North Miami and Miami, we do that. When Ben Franklin Park is busy, we play in Little Haiti. And Little Haiti is called Little Haiti Warriors FC. North Miami is North Miami Warriors FC. North Miami Beach will be North Miami Beach Warriors FC. The kids who are good will play on the competitive team and go to tournaments and travel and all that. The kids that want to learn the game, we take everybody who comes and we teach them the game. We want to start in North Miami Beach with U8 and U10 right off, okay? Because most people will tell you, and I think the other soccer people will agree, you need to get these kids when they're 5, 6, 7 years old in order to get them, if they are going to have the potential of becoming, college scholarships and professional players.
Okay, I want.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so why can't we give money to, let's say, the PAL program that has a sports program, or to the summer camp sports programs? Which one? The summer camps have, I think, have sport, or at least they may not have a sport program, but they have sports. Why can't we give money to the baseball Little League? Yeah, but I'm saying, so what I'm trying to say is that since we're such a diverse community, I'd like to spread the wealth. I would like Mr. Santangelo to have some. I would like Mr. Castro, is that your JP? I would like him to have some. I'd love to give to PAL. They have a sports program. I'd love to put some into the summer camp so they can do some sports. I'd love to give some more if we give already to the NMB Little League. There's a swimming at the schools. I don't know if we're allowed to give it to the schools, but or is it it's us to have the sharks, the barracudas or something? Is that us or is that?
That's us.
That's us. I would love to give. There's so many different groups of people that could benefit from all the different programs from every religion, every ethnicity, everything that I actually said before that we should include. So I personally would like to spread the wealth. I would like to see this money given to several organizations. That's it. Oh, wait, and one more thing. Why can't we use Mishkan Park?
We currently have a management agreement with Mishkan Park, and they've invested, the soccer development group, they've invested millions of dollars in at Mishkan Park. We can do other sports there, but I have a hard time, unless directed by the city manager, I have a hard time bringing in competition to an organization that's been very good to the city and a partner with the city and has invested in the city with a soccer, with a La Liga soccer program.
Okay.
So, and they have management agreement rights for
Which
the
company
Mishkan
is
area.
it again that has management?
It's a soccer development group, the ones that have the artificial turfs on
Yes.
the south side. It's called La Liga, but the group's name is the Soccer Development Group.
And to the clerk for item 11.4, I had stepped out, but my vote is yes to table it. Thank you. And, okay,
Commissioner, Vice Mayor,
Commissioner Sue?
Thank you so much. Okay. We were talking about Mishkan, so yes, I through the manager, I'd like to ask the director a question about Boca Soccer.
That's La Liga.
Okay, so all those 6 fields and the artificial turf, they're all under?
No, the 6 fields are under their umbrella. The main one is ours, and we do charge them when they're one of the ones that we do charge as well when they use our big field.
Okay, and the 6 fields are accessible to us or no? Are they rented like permanent?
The 6 fields, they control. We
control.
could have access, we can request, but they control those fields.
Oh, okay. And if we wanted to rent that out, like that, we can't do that because it would be subletting. Is that?
Yeah, it's their management right to, they would allow us, if we had a program or we wanted to use it for a particular reason, they would be more than accommodating to work with us. But it's their management right to run and operate those 6 fields.
So the one with the AstroTurf, that's the one that we can't touch? Or, I mean, we cannot?
Yeah,
What can
well, they're all synthetic turfs, but you're talking about the one big football / baseball field. That is ours to manage.
Ours to manage?
Ours to manage, yes.
Okay, so we could rent it out, we could use it if we need to?
That would be at the city manager's direction. Like I said, I have a hard time bringing competition in front of, in the same park that they've provided us millions of dollars, built those fields, and have the exclusive right to run those 6 fields. And then, but now we do rentals, like the soccer team from the high school will rent it out. Like one time, like rentals will do, but not like a consistent program.
Sorry, just to add.
Madam Vice Mayor, can he?
Yes, please.
No, just to add information about this, Can you hear me? The competition on that field, I was there for the whole 2022 I was renting Wednesdays and Fridays, one of the small turf fields before the renovation of Mission Park. And then the guy that runs the place called me one night and say, JP, you have to leave. And I say, what? You have overnight? I have a practice tomorrow. And yeah, you have to leave. But why? Because the owner of Atlético de Madrid doesn't want competition here. And according to him, he had a contract with the city, and I had to leave. So I understand this hard, or to bring competition there. So, but they don't use every day. They were using Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. I was renting Wednesdays and Fridays. And nobody wants Fridays because the parents don't want to go Friday night to bring the kids, and I took the space. Actually, he was doing a better price because of that time of the week, but I had to leave overnight. And then, just a funny story, I told him, tomorrow I'm going to do the class anyways. So I went there, we transpassed, I have to say. We went to Mission Park, and I gave the class there because I wouldn't tell my parents that I would not give it was the end of the month. But overnight was very, very disrespectful. Unfortunately, from there, after we were kicked out, we went to Oak Grove Park, which has an excellent facility. The program grew so much there that the parents of North Miami Beach asked, why don't you open a program in North Miami Beach too? And we did that because, and at the beginning, the program was successful because the kids I couldn't accommodate in Oak Grove Park came to to Washington Park. Oh. We started in Washington Park. So yeah, I just wanted to add that I understand there was this contract with Atlético de Madrid.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to continue. I agree with Vice Mayor Smuggler, about spreading the love around for different sports, different groups. I think that, I know it's a FIFA year, we're all excited about soccer this year because of the World Cup. But all in all, I think then I hear there's more than two. First it's there's one. Okay, great. Now there's two. And then no, there's actually 8. I don't know, so many
6,
different
yeah.
ones. So we would love to encourage, and I think the center of it all is I want to share that this is what I spoke to the manager. The manager said, oh, you sound like the director. So the point is that I think that residents who have children, they bring their ID, they register how many kids they have, what are their kids' names, register, get vouchers. They can go play wherever they want. And then we can reimburse that. I don't know if we have the manpower to do that, but I'm just saying that I think if we're focusing on our residents, then we focus on the residents and have the residents come in. They could apply online, and then they could say, you know what, we're going to go to this program, that program, and at the end of the month we clear the bill. The vendors bring in their vouchers and get reimbursed. I'm just making that up on the spot. So that's what I'm thinking is we financially, NMB is not we're not throwing around money. So what we really want to do is we want to spend it wisely. And we want to support, I've heard, the single moms that came up raising 1, 2, 3 kids. I don't know. I could imagine how hard it is during this time. So if there's anything that we can encourage them to do something healthy, not sit in front of a TV screen or an iPad or an iPhone, and they could go out and play sports and learn sportsmanship and, make friends. I'm all for it. So however they learn it, whether it's through soccer, whether it's through baseball, basketball, I don't know, whatever, American football, just have fun. I'm all for that. So that's my take on it. And thank you very much.
Commissioner Florimond.
Thank you. To Mr. Santangelo, the question I have for you is, as far as 2 sets for 60 players, is there a particular reason why you have a certain number of players in your budget? Is there a particular reason behind that, or?
Yes, yeah, because again, this is a free program. You will be one of 2 cities in the state of Florida that are offering every child in your city the chance to play a game that's considered pay to play. So there's hundreds of kids in this city right now waiting for us to start the registration, which will be on the City of North Miami Beach website. And the City of North Miami Beach can see the addresses of everybody who they're registering. And you will be restricting, well, it's up to you, but I believe you will be restricting this to children who live in the City of North Miami Beach. So right now, there's hundreds of kids watching the kids in these other programs playing from the sidelines because their families cannot afford to let them play.
So what? Okay, so I guess the question, and I appreciate the response. So you're saying basically the demand is really high, period. And so this number here is to try to address as much of the demand as possible. It's not necessarily that there has to be a certain number of players per team, et cetera, or this is your model in the other cities. The other cities may have more children that are part of those programs, right?
Yes, any child that registers, we take.
Okay. All right, so right now, this budget is for 60 children total?
Right now, we're trying to do U8, U10. We're modeling this after North Miami because we just did this in the last year. We're in our 12th month now. So we actually made the mistake of going all the way up to U16. And we got through, we got by, but to do it right, we want to start with U8 and U10. But now, probably the 52,000 is not even going to be enough for them, but we do outside fundraising. Right now, in about a week, you're going to hear a big announcement from FIFA in the Miami World Cup host committee. Little Haiti FC is one of 2 organizations in Miami that got money from the World Remediation Fund. So FIFA recognizes this program as one of the best in the world. And that money is for women's program to specialize. There's a lack of opportunities for women to play this sport. So we're going to have a specialized women's program, and we're going to have after-school programs paid for by FIFA, and we're going to have CONCACAF train coaches in this program. It's a nod from the soccer world that this is a model program for the United States of America.
Got it. Okay. So aside from that, I see in the agreement, we've been referencing only Allen Park, but I see in the agreement it also says Ulita. Can you provide some insight into that, Andy?
Allen Park is the preferred location that the organization has requested. If we need to, we have to do what we have to do, but Allen Park has been their preferred location for the program.
So what are you saying in the agreement? Are you saying that, because right now, based on what it reads, it almost seems as if that non-exclusive right is for both parks.
We want to put that in the agreement in case, obviously, we have situations where it's just not possible with all the demand that we have, that it is in the agreement that we can, shift you over here for a short term or however it is until we can get you back to the preferred location.
Okay, so thank you for the response. The reason I'm asking this is because even if, and I know this item is not about another team, right? But let's say, for instance, as a result of this team being given priority at Allen Park, this other team has to then start to figure out what they're going to do, right? Ulita, to me, would have been that option that they can utilize outside of Allen Park. But now if we have both Allen Park and Ulita, it's really putting them in a position where they don't know where they're going to be able to play and at all, period. They really don't have that ability to say, okay, well, we're moving this program to Allen Park. And then whoever those kids are in the North Miami Beach program that he currently runs, all of a sudden they have no place to play. Is that what I'm understanding to be the case?
Yes.
Again, we go back to the question. I don't know what the city wants with the
No,
soccer.
so
Because
specifically.
I don't know. First, I don't know the project.
Well, here's what I'm saying. Okay, so what the conversation I'm having is not about the city putting out an RFP for a soccer program. That's not the conversation I'm having.
Right, but
The conversation
you're
I'm
asking
having-
me if I'm gonna have to leave or if it's gonna be harder for me to have a space. I don't know. I don't know what the city will decide. So I don't have.
Well, that's the reason why we're having this conversation.
But it also
Right.
depends on frequency. That depends on frequency and scheduling as well. And days of
Right,
the week,
but
right?
the point I'm trying to make is very simply, if there's an agreement, right? You don't have an agreement right now. You basically pay as you go, right? Is that my understanding?
Yes, because
Okay.
I asked for the agreement, but the city never did a long-term agreement.
Okay,
It
so
was
right
not
now
an
you're
option.
paying as you go.
Now there is this option. I didn't know there was this option. My point being here is that you guys are now considering having a soccer program with a contract, with a long-term contract, at least 1 year. And I would like to have the opportunity to present my program too. You guys are going with one way without hearing other options, without hearing a program that has been here in the area for 4 years. That's my point. That's why I came here.
So for you, your resolve is to have your plan be heard in comparison to the plan that we have in front of us.
You guys didn't have the opportunity to hear from someone else.
Okay, I'm not certain that we're not doing, this is not an RFP process. This is something that's within my understanding. If the attorneys can speak to it, there's nothing necessarily requiring us to go out to bid for something like this. Assistant City Manager.
To the mayor, I can take a note for the manager and then respond when he comes in.
You can what?
I take a note on the question.
No, by the time he comes here, he'll be able to respond himself.
Oh, okay.
So we just need somebody to come here and make, like
Yeah,
a final.
manager.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the question, Mr. Manager, is
Yes, sir.
We're hearing JP. We're hearing his point of view. My question was more along the lines of if we do an agreement with Little Haiti FC, that they won't have a place to play, right?
Yes.
So my concern was, okay, well, in this agreement, let's just put Allen Park, so that way this team can have the opportunity to use Ulita
Yes.
and not be competing for those sites with Little Haiti FC. His point is he wants to have a comparison between the two programs to see what the city wants to do. I don't think that this is a city initiative per se. This is an organization that came with a plan that would like some city funding for the program to be specifically within the city of North Miami Beach. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Or is this a city program that
This
we're
would
saying-
be a 100% city-funded program. We are covering the cost of the field, we're covering the cost of the uniforms, we're covering the cost of the staff. This would be a city initiative.
Okay. Oh, that's
But what, like, how was it that he was chosen and not someone else?
This is a sponsored item, which all of you have the options to do, to bring an item and have majority votes make a selection.
Can I make a comment, Mr. Mayor? So this was a process that for 3 years, we've been trying, different city managers have heard about it. So this is not something that came together this year.
Right.
This was 3 years ago, through what Little Haiti FC is doing in City of Miami and what they were doing. I spoke about this to the previous managers, right? And so we brought the proposal forward because they've been doing the work in the community. To your point, as it relates to free programming versus subsidized programming, that's a different conversation, right? Because currently your program is still very affordable, but not necessarily free. So your model isn't free per se, right? Their model is totally free with subsidized support. But also to your point, like you said, hey, if there's an opportunity for us to be considered, I know some of my colleagues mentioned sharing the wealth, and I know that we can always make an earmark for different programs, be it the pool. I know we provide PAL maybe $100,000 a year for their entire fleet of services, as well as the after-school program through the Children's Trust. So even if there is a desire for there to be an earmark for pool, an earmark for whatever have you, there is funds within that. Any commissioner can say, hey, I would like a $5,000 earmark for pool swimming lessons or whatever the case may be. But I did want to highlight that this particular initiative was something that was brought forth about 3 years ago for consideration to the city manager because it was a facility use agreement for a free program. So it's still a facility agreement for a program. However, they're asking for a subsidy. That's the difference there.
So I'm supportive of this program. So I want that to be clear. My main concern was where are your kids going to play if they have an agreement for both Ulita and that was my main.
But you do realize that
I have an answer. We're gonna be kicked out again.
JP, if you do realize that if we were to subsidize him or anybody else in this room, that the kids would be for free. It's not that it's exclusively for free because of him. It's for free because of the subsidy we're giving.
No, of course, I understand.
Right.
I completely understand that.
No,
I'm not saying
I wanted to add to Vice Mayor's point. Like, for example, we supply funds to the baseball. I can't speak for the baseball but for the football program, they still charge their kids to participate in Sun Devils. Sun Devils is not free just because we subsidize it. They still charge.
So maybe if we gave them money, then it would be for free. So
But what I'm saying is that they still have a registration fee and so forth because their program is not a free program like this
right,
model.
but if we gave money, then it could be a free program.
So what she's saying is we do give money and they still charge.
Because they may not have enough to cover it, but
So
if we gave more,
right.
then, everybody, if they have any organization, if they had enough money, they could be able to do it for free.
May I remind you guys that the total fund for youth sports is $70,000. This is 52, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's
well, I mean,
almost all of it.
that'll be up to the commission to make that determination, right?
No, what I'm saying is absolutely it's going to be free. You see what I mean? Like if we were subsidizing by kid, so he said he charges $100 a month. How many kids can we sponsor in a year? Like that would be a lot more.
So let me just focus on the agreement. I think that it should just state Allen Park and not Ulita because I just want to make sure that if there is an issue with their ability to play at Allen Park, that they're not also in limbo when it comes to using Ulita.
But
I hear what you're saying, Commissioner.
Saying that.
That's the exact opposite.
They're saying that he's saying that he's putting a field that they're allotted to, and he may have to move them.
Yeah,
No. What I'm saying is Little Haiti FC right now has in their agreement both parks.
Perfect.
Why is that perfect when these people may not have a place to play?
They want to play in Allen Park too. So if they want to play their tournament in Allen Park, then this group will move over to Ulita. If you take it out,
is that what you're saying?
Yes.
It seems like to me that they're always in limbo based on what.
I'm saying we wanted to make sure there were options. And as far as limbo, Commissioner, when NMB Little League ramps up, they're going to be at Ulita playing their baseball games there, as well as they play at Michigan as well, and sometimes at Allen. So I wanted to give some flexibility that I need to shuffle them around with our current, like NMB Little League and the football. Adding additional that are, you want to mainstream and all the time, that is extremely tough and challenging to schedule when everybody wants the same time frame. You only have so much field space to give. So I cannot stand here and promise that, okay, they're at Allen, you can have Ulita. I can't. Gotcha. I can't do that. I can say there'll be times, but I can't say you can have Ulita for a full-time commitment. For this program that's been brought up, that's been working on, it's still challenging for us to get them 2 nights a week at Allen Park, but we're gonna, have to find a way or have that flexibility to shift them when we need to Ulita. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
No, I appreciate the answer.
The
I appreciate
scheduling
it.
is
Okay.
challenging.
Got it. Thank you.
I have a question, please. One more question. What are you going to do the second year? Because there's a lot of things coming down our pike. A lot. If we give you the money for the first year or the majority of the first year, where you'll raise some other funds, we're coming down some real financial challenges, not only with our water plant, but also with the taxes, with the revenue coming in and the costs going up. So if we can't give anything, I remember when you first came, if I was correct, Commissioner Jane, is that you wanted $10,000 for this program. So I remember asking before for $10,000. Now we found the $70,000 that has to be spent on sports. And like they pointed out, the majority of the money will go to one program when there's so many in need. But let's say it's done, because I learned a lot of new things tonight that I wasn't aware of. For instance, that there are plenty of programs and they pay, and we're going to lose them because we won't have the field. So all this has to be taken into consideration. So if there's no funds the second year, what's going to happen to the program?
Well, every year we have these challenges. In the city of Miami, we've been there 12 years, and we have these challenges every year, so we just overcome it. So whatever way we have to do it, we get it done. So right now in North Miami, we have recurring revenue because we work with Redwood Development that's doing the 28-acre Claude Pepper Park. So they give us $50,000 a year for 10 years. They just gave us a second $50,000 this afternoon, actually. Okay. City of Miami, the mayor's office gave us $100,000. Mayor Suarez left us that gift as he was leaving office. Like FIFA's given us $250,000 to do different programs. But so when your kids are in the soccer program here, we're also going to be putting together after-school programs, tutoring programs. We do programs for the families. We help them with the immigration. We help them with everything because we have access to the parents. Sometimes the social workers really would like to offer services, but the people who need the services may not know about it. Like, for instance, your city might give free income tax preparation, but the people who need the free income tax preparation never even find out about it. So the unique part of our program over the years is that we're able to, it's a holistic program. You saw our parents. Our parents are totally involved in this program. This is not, you kick the ball around on Saturdays. And I applaud the program, this program too, because the children in his program, he's reducing their chance of being involved in things that are not good for children. So I think there's room for everybody. I'm not going to say my program is better than his. I don't really understand this. I don't know his program. It might be better than ours. I don't know. All I can tell you is our program, probably every kid that you see on that pitch, when we start this in a few weeks or whenever the city lets us start it, if we get approved here, you can put a bet right now that all those kids are going to graduate high school. Even your PAL program, you can't say that, okay? We're not just talking. Well done is better than well said. That's what Ben Franklin said many years ago. So we have a track record. So you can look at all the kids that were in this program in the last 12 years. Most of them went to either Edison High School or North Miami High School. We have 20 kids in the program right now that take city buses to Miami to train with us because there's no program here. But that's the difference in our program, really. These kids, you know, like they do the FCAT and they predict how many prisons are gonna build by how many kids failed the third grade FCAT reading. Okay, it's a good indication. Take our kids on the field, and probably his kids too. Chances are they're going to graduate high school, and chances are they're going to at least maybe make it to middle class. Without him, without us, the children don't really have too much of a shot if their parents can't afford to pay for them to play this sport.
No, I understand exactly what you said, and I think your program is well worth the money, probably worth double and triple what the money is. So it has nothing to do with the validation of your program or what you do for the children or what the value will be for the city. It's a question of you have $70,000 what percentage do you give to one entity and the other entities that may need it won't be able to get any? So that's the question we're trying to figure out. And the bigger thing, or the bigger picture is, I do like what he said, that it'd be North Miami Beach residents. I think that that should be a key issue, being it's their revenue that we're spending for the program. I think that's a very key issue that we should.
Call the question.
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm going to share the wealth and the love, and I want to share with all of you. So yes, I was going to say call the question, so let's do this.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
I oppose.
Any opposed?
I oppose.
Okay.
I want to make sure we add that it's North Miami Beach residents.
Yes, it is.
It is, it's in the agreement.
So it's,
Oh, so it is North Miami?
Why are you shaking? Wait a minute. Why are you shaking your head no?
I'm sorry, I don't recall it, it's in front of you, I don't recall that it specifically says North Miami residents only.
Okay, I make an amendment that it'll be.
Whoa, okay. Wait. We voted on something that I believe passed, maybe 5-2. Now we have consideration.
I was on the winning side. I'd like to make an amendment.
How would, because they want to add an additional caveat to that particular approval, how would you advise to go about the proper way, City Attorney? Okay,
Yeah.
so I second her motion.
Who voted?
I think it's 5-2. There was Commissioner Sue and the Vice Mayor that voted against it.
Okay, so 5 in favor and 2 against?
Yes.
That means Commissioner Smith was in favor.
Yes.
So now
I'm recalling.
and I second it. Now we vote to bring it back. Is that just to bring it back? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
I oppose.
Okay.
Oh,
Bringing
to
it
bring it
back.
back, oh, that's fine.
And now I'd like to make an amendment to that
What
the
is your
requirement be North Miami Beach
Do I
residents.
have a second for North Miami Beach residents?
And Mr.
Okay.
Plotkin, it's a 1-year contract. It's a 1 year.
The contract is multiple years, but the funding is only one time.
1 year, that's fine.
Okay, so Commissioner Smith said to her amendment.
Wait, so hold on, so then if it's multiple years, then I think somebody said there were 6 teams in total. All the other 6 teams will not have access to these parks now?
So there's 6 other organizations. I'm not saying they're specific to soccer, the other sports. But there are 6 other organizations that rent from us. I'm not going to say they won't have access, but we shuffle, we challenge, we find space when we find space. Some of them might not be soccer and they're at Mishcon. Some might be soccer and we move them over to Allen or Ulita. Just depends. I don't have that off the top of my head, but we'll do everything we can to accommodate as much as we can with the space that we have.
All right.
Okay,
Mayor, excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but IT just notified the clerk. My previous answer to your question, my mic was not on. I apologize.
Okay.
The answer was that it was a 5-2 vote with Vice Mayor and Commissioner Sue dissenting. Therefore, Commissioner Smith was on the prevailing side, and she was privileged to move for reconsideration. And then just for the record, to complete it, that motion was made by Commissioner Smith. It was seconded and voted on, passed. So the item is now back in front of you. And now,
And just so we can get the amendment out of the way, so we can vote on. So we have a motion and a second on the amendment to say for North Miami Beach residents exclusively, right? All in favor?
I'm sorry, I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I didn't want you to vote and come back because I don't know if we ever got direction or if we wanted to give direction on how that money is spent, whether it's give them the check or have it be reimbursable. I know that was brought up and I wanted to make sure that that was either considered or
Can I
not.
ask this amendment first and then we'll work on that?
Yes, sir.
So all in favor on the amendment for exclusivity for NMB residents? All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, now To your point, to the Parks Director's point, does anybody want to add any additional amendments based on what he said?
I just want to be very clear as to the term of the agreement. The term of the agreement starts April 1st until September 30th. So what you're saying is the first successive 2 years is going to be approved by city staff. It doesn't have to come before us for that 2-year period?
Correct.
Because it says the city.
That's correct.
So 6 months for 52,000, is that what we're talking about?
The first term is 1 year.
No, okay. So what I'm saying is the term of the agreement, the usage of the facility is all I'm talking about right now. It says April 1 to September 30th.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Manager. That's just to get them to the fiscal year, because we like to do all our contracts starting October 1 through September 30th. So that was just getting them to the first year. But yes, it's the city manager extends the contract.
So then there's 4 years, subsequent to that, there's 4 years. Two-year terms followed by another 2-year term. What I'm asking is, when you use the word "the city," are you saying that staff is going to approve this? It doesn't have to come back to the commission?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that.
You're going to have to come back. Did you say or, and he said correct to both?
It doesn't come back to us for approval of that next 2-year term is what I'm.
But does it come back to us for the funds of the money from the?
Yes.
The funds will.
No, it doesn't have to, because it's under $50,000.
It's 52.
No, but it could be under 50,000 to keep the program going, 49, and it could be just the manager's call.
All I was focused on was the facility use agreement. I just wanted to make sure this is not something that's coming back to the commission, that the next 2 years, followed by the following subsequent 2 years, is totally up to management, not the commission.
Correct.
Thank you.
And just like we've given exclusivity to the soccer Boca people, now we're giving exclusivity to another group, and little by little, we're going to be giving exclusivities to all these groups, and the little groups will not be able to do anything, just saying.
All right. So regarding the payment issue, Parks Director?
I'd like to speak a little bit about this.
Oh, okay. No, I just, does anybody, so
About the payment, I understand.
you want to talk about that issue?
I want to talk about that, and yes.
Commissioner Sue.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, like I said, I wanted to remind everyone that we have $70,000 and we're spending 52 on this. One sport, one group. And we have a coach here. We don't know whose program is better, but we're not even taking that into consideration. And whatever his students are, they pay their $100 or $50 for one time a week, or $100 for 2 times a week. And then we just let it go. But this one, we're going to have it cannibalize every other program that maybe the parents like. And I'm saying that, I'm not saying that one is better than the other, but obviously, like, you know, I choose this blue, she chose another blue. Like, we have different likings. And we're not giving our residents a choice. We are now pigeonholing them, saying, you know what, here's a program, $52,000, the city's going to pay for it out of $70,000. And we give the parents zero choice. Are we here for the residents, or are we here for special interest?
We're giving them free soccer.
Right. What if the parents don't want to go to that program and they want to go to JP's program? Exactly. But then they would have to pay. But we're giving free to people who want to go.
Commissioner Sue.
Right. And then there are people who may not want to go.
Commissioner Sue,
Yes.
if you listen to what we just went through for the last half hour, 45 minutes, it's not just a soccer program. That's the difference. It's a free program with education, with help wherever you may need it in your home, whatever help you need 7 days a week. Whereas the other soccer program that we heard, he absolutely may deserve some of the $18,000 we have left. Why not? But this is a full program, the way I understood it, that includes these children to make sure they graduate from high school, to make sure that their home life is secure, and to make sure that they develop as a upstanding person as an adult. And it's all free.
And it's a one-year program that the money happened to be found. If not, we were going to probably give them $10,000. So they're getting an extra $32,000 or $42,000. And let's see what the one program does for a year. It obviously is going to be very financial minority people that are in a certain group that can't afford to send their children to anything. They can't afford the $100. Now, one man said he pays $50 and it's $100, so I don't know how he gets a discount, but it's $100 that he charges. The thing I don't want him punished, the thing that I want to make sure that staff understands, and I hope if we have to vote on it, staff, because we don't vote on things and it doesn't come through, but I want to make sure people that pay to use Allen Park are not thrown aside for a program that we're giving for free.
So you know what? Then we should give the money to PAL, because PAL makes sure the kids stay off the street. PAL gives them money. It'll be for free. Everything that you said, Commissioner Smith, PAL can do as well.
But I asked the manager earlier. This is not new. I asked the manager to make sure they're prepared to tell me who else needs the money. I asked to make sure they tell me tonight who else needs the money.
I'm suggesting PAL.
PAL also receive kids from all across. So PAL doesn't turn away any child. So they take kids from different neighboring cities. Each city has their own PAL, but every PAL doesn't turn away kids per se, meaning this program would be germane to North Miami Beach. Mr. Manager, I also wanted to ask about the developers that had proffered for other projects and making sure that we can recover some of the other, I know there was $85,000 earmarked for the library. There was different things that we have yet to get back from the promises made. So if the Community Development Department can make an effort to recover, so that if other commissioners and when other commissioners bring forth earmarks, that we have, because there are funds available.
And I want to ask Mr. Manager, while you're answering her question, do we give PAL $100,000?
I'd have to, through the mayor to Commissioner Smith, I'd have to look into the budget item for the fiscal year 25-26 to see if that's. No. I'll call up the police chief.
Good evening. So the PAL budget for this fiscal year is $77,200.
How many kids are in your PAL program? Do you know?
I don't have it offhand, but we have several programs throughout the year. We have basketball, football, cheerleading, dance. So it's several programs. We charge the parents $50 for each program. And sometimes, in some cases, the parents can't afford it. We pay for them.
Can we allow exclusivity there to say we have so much money that we can give only to NMB residents?
It's on a case-by-case basis.
Right, but I'm saying we could do that, right?
Yes. We could do that, yes.
Yes.
All right. Well, I would like to give to PAL, because PAL is a wonderful organization that I know helps kids and keeps kids out of trouble. Sorry, Pat, I don't know anything about your organization. Nobody has reached out to me, and I don't know anything about I don't even know much about soccer, period. But I know about PAL, and I like to put my money where I know is safe and that I know is a good cause. So I'm not going to vote for it, because I think we need to share the wealth and the love.
All right, so because of...
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I'm proposing an amendment. How about we do $30,000 for this contract?
All right, so okay.
Yeah, I'm proposing like we get...
That's your motion?
There's a motion on the table.
Well, there is, but like we have a current motion, but she wants to add an additional motion. Let's see, we'll be able to do that. So Commissioner Sue has a motion. Do we have a second?
So wait, before you
She
finish.
wants to,
Yeah,
she wants to
third-
reduce
Reduce it to.
And the rest goes where?
no, she just wants
No,
to
I
reduce
mean,
it.
like.
Just reduce
Yeah,
it?
just reduce it, we could decide on.
Okay, so is there a motion and a second?
I'll second it.
All right.
No, don't vote. Discussion. Mr. Santano. Pat. How well could you operate the program on 30,000?
The question is, can we drop the amount of,
Reduce, there's a motion on the floor and a second to reduce the amount distributed to 30,000.
no, we couldn't do that. That would, 52 would be the bare minimum, and we're probably going to have to raise a lot more money to add on top of that to make this a wonderful program that everybody in the whole city can be proud of, and it'll be a model for everybody.
Okay, so that's the standard. So that being said, let's vote on the amendment as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Well,
Wait. For the for reducing the amount.
No, you have to vote on the amendment.
Oh, on the amendment, on the amendment, meaning that the reduction that's being proffered by
I thought
Commissioner.
the amendment was to add the resident.
No. We're gonna resolve this issue. We're gonna resolve this issue.
You're saying.
Okay, you get what I'm saying? So we have a motion by Commissioner Sue, seconded by Vice Mayor to reduce the amount of money for the that's gonna be offered to this particular program. All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
To reduce the money.
To 30,000.
Oh my.
Yeah, I'm going to restate it, please. There's currently a motion pending that says, calls for 52,000 and some odd dollars.
Yes.
And it has been amended.
It's been
limited to North Miami Beach
residents
only. There is now an amendment.
A superseding
to change a new amendment to change the allocation from the 52 and change, I think, to $30,000. That is the amendment before you.
Okay, that's what we're voting on. Just to be clear, okay? All right. So we got a motion by Commissioner Sue. Do say.
Mike is all in favor of reducing the amount, vote yes. All opposed to reducing the amount and leaving it at 52, vote no.
Okay. All in favor, as pointed out as pointed by the city attorney, say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Opposed. Now we go back to the amended.
I have a motion as well, if you can consider that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. What is that motion?
On the term of the agreement.
Okay.
I believe that the subsequent 2-year term after 2028 should come back before the commission. So I'm making a motion that subsequent term comes back before the commission. The term that's supposed to start October 1, 2028.
Meaning that we're going from 2020. It's like on the second. Are you saying on the second year? Or?
The second successive 2-year term should come back before the commission.
I'll second that.
Okay. So we have it just for it
This
coming.
is the usage and not funding, right?
Yeah, the use like the term itself.
Okay.
Because we're already taking care of 1 year.
Right. So this would be for the usage part.
It's the contract. It's the agreement itself coming back. All right.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Facility use agreement is what I'm.
You wanna go through all this?
No, because it's only about the facility.
It's about the facility usage.
The funding is only for.
I understand what he's saying. He just wants to he doesn't want to leave it in the ether. He wants to be able for it to come back. Okay.
That's the positive vote, is just to give it a try for 1 year and see what happens.
1 2-year.
And then.
1 2-year period. 1 2-year period.
It's 1 year of funding. That's it.
Yes, ma'am.
Because if we don't have any money, we don't have any money, or if the system doesn't look good, it doesn't look good. So I'm voting yes to give it a 1-year try. Now he's saying.
Let's be very clear. Mr. Attorney.
Yes.
The funding is only for 1 year.
Yes.
The funding and the usage of the facility are two different items.
Yes, that's
What I'm focused on now is the usage of the facility.
that's what he's saying.
So all I'm saying is, in 2028, this comes back before the commission to decide whether or not they want to renew the facility use agreement with this organization.
All right. So we have a motion and a second on that particular amendment. All in favor say yay? Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed?
Yes.
1 opposed. All right. Now we're going to vote on the amended on the amended motion for this resolution?
Can we do that voice vote again? I'm confused, like which, so when she said, you said one opposed because she said yes?
Yes, no, she said no.
She said no?
I'm
She said no.
opposed. I mean, I said yes, but I was supposed to say no, right?
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we're fine. You're fine. All right. So now we're gonna vote on the resolution as amended, right? So let's go over the let's go over the amendments. Let's go over the amendments real quick. City attorney.
Sorry, we also still need to pay about how we're gonna pay this. Are we gonna pay one lump sum, or are we gonna have, residents come in and get a voucher or whatever?
Can we leave it up to the manager's discretion to figure that out? That would make more sense.
The motion currently, Mayor, is to approve the facility use agreement to Little Haiti FC for a 2-year period. And as amended, there is a second 2-year period that was agreed to. However, the amendment says that now comes back to the commission for further consideration, in effect, giving the commission the option to renew for the second 2-year period. In addition, the funding, I think, is for 1 year, but the facility agreement is for 2 year, and that is what's sometimes called, it's a 2-year agreement, but only the first year funding, and the rest is subject to budget and availability of funds. So that's what's before you.
And the fact that it's an exclusive to NMB. So as
only North Miami Beach residents, you're correct, man.
So we'll leave it to the manager's discretion to figure the payment model, right? Do we have to add that on there, or it's already?
Unless there's a motion that dictates how that be done.
It's a program that's just getting started. I would assume, Mr. Manager, if you have any other opinion, that we have agreed on the funding amount, that we should provide that to the organization.
Yeah, so we'll leave it up to the manager's discretion, all right?
Meaning the full amount. That's what I'm saying.
Yes. Whatever that may be, like.
Thank you.
Okay, is that fine? So, but as amended, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Oppose.
1 opposed, 2 opposed, passes 5-2.
All right, the next item is 11.6, resolution number R 2026-61, expressing disagreement and disapproval of resolution number R 2022-33, censuring Commissioner Barbara Kramer.
Second. Motion to introduce.
Second.
Please note that there is a slightly revised version of that should be on your desks. Resolution number R 2026-61, expressing disagreement and disapproval of resolution number R 2022-33, censuring Commissioner Barbara Kramer, sponsored by Vice Mayor Smuckler, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, expressing disagreement and disapproval of resolution number R 2022-33, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Second. All right. Do we do public comment for this? No,
Not an
no.
ordinance.
Okay.
Not first reading.
All right.
I mean,
does-
anyone, just for the record, anyone with a comment that's been on the agenda, notwithstanding some very slight adjustments in the language, anyone that wanted to be heard about it could have certainly done so during public comment.
Oh, okay. All right. Does anybody on the dais want to speak about it? Okay, so
What'd you say?
I said, does anybody on the dais want to speak about it?
So there's no public comment on this?
No.
Again, for the record, there was an opportunity for public comment during the public comment section of the agenda. This isn't first reading of an ordinance or a public hearing,
What
but
is that
anybody who
noise?
wanted to be heard had that opportunity.
No.
No, I have a comment on this. So in a couple years ago, I was one of the people who voted to to censure Commissioner Kramer. And, one of the reasons that I'm going to support this item is because I feel like our community really needs to head in a different direction. I believe that in hearing Commissioner Kramer's comments over the past couple of years, one of the things that she's made clear is that if she offended anyone, she has apologized. She's done that several times. Even a couple of weeks ago, she made that clear. So, I believe that that is a good faith statement that she's made that did not dismiss the feelings of those who may have felt offended at that time, and I could appreciate that. So I think in an effort to really move our community forward, it's something that I'm willing to support today. And also, as far as the process and procedure that we spoke about in our previous commission meeting, that's another reason why I'm willing to support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? No? Okay. We can place a vote?
Yes, it's a voice vote.
Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 6-0. All right, the next item is 11.7. Resolution number R 2026-62, expressing the desire of the City Commission to reprimand Mayor Michael Joseph for not reimbursing the City of North Miami Beach for the sum of $3,001.90 related to the travel upgrade.
Motion to introduce.
Second.
Item 11.7, resolution number R 2026-62, expressing the desire of the City Commission to reprimand Mayor Michael Joseph for not reimbursing the City of North Miami Beach for the sum of $3,001.90 related to a travel upgrade sponsored by Vice Mayor Smuckler. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, expressing the desire of the City Commission to reprimand Mayor Michael Joseph for not reimbursing the City of North Miami Beach for the sum of $3,001.90 related to a travel upgrade for Mayor Michael Joseph's travel for his September 14th through 19th, 2025 trip to Japan for a Sister Cities International program, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date, sponsored by Vice Mayor Smuckler.
All right, so I brought this forward because the city has been asking the mayor for, and I'm going to round it up by 10 cents, for $3,002 for a travel upgrade. That was never approved when the trip to Japan was approved, or it is not something that the city has ever done, or at least to my knowledge, has ever done in the past. So, Mayor Joseph, are you going to pay this back, or is this?
Well, the request was made on the 1st of April, and then you made this resolution for today. It was for 30 business days. This is relating to that Oglo investigation. I gave that initial request to my attorney, who then says this can have further implications. My attorney responded with saying we can put the money in escrow because of my due process rights. And I said, hey, no problem. I have no problem putting money in escrow because I have no issues with that. But what I don't want is to make it seem like I'm admitting to something or that I know I didn't do. And that's my only issue, because the letter went out on the 1st, and it said 30 days, and now it's saying that this resolution is saying I refuse to pay, but that hasn't even happened.
Madam Vice Mayor, is the gavel with you right now? Because this issue is concerning the mayor, right?
Okay, so I think it's better that I keep the gavel.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna hand the gavel over.
Please be in order. Excuse me, please be in order.
Well, I mean, because the mayor is the subject of this.
But no, I'm just. I need to explain, because at the end of the day, like, the letter said 30 business days. It was issued on the 1st.
Right, but you were also asked prior.
No, I was not.
You were never asked by an employee to.
No, I was not. No,
Okay,
I was not.
Ask what? Ask what?
okay.
Well, she asked the question. So
What was the question?
she asked to repeat her question.
My question is, was he ever asked verbally by an employee, by anyone in the city of North Miami Beach to pay it back?
No, I was not.
All right, the point is that we shouldn't have to ask you, you should just pay it back, and I don't think it needs to go into escrow, and I don't think it matters that this is an issue of the investigation or not. Regardless, doesn't matter the outcome.
It doesn't, but you're.
The money still needs to come back to us. Doesn't matter if the outcome says you're amazing, it doesn't matter if the outcome says you're awful. Either way, the money belongs to the city of North Miami Beach. And I'm not sure why it should be put in escrow, it should just be paid to us. Either way, the money is ours. That's it.
Commissioner Smith, sorry, then I'll go to the Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Smith.
Okay, well, Mr. Mayor, I read it the same way. You have 30 days, and 30 days aren't up. However, Mr. Attorney, I've been told by many people that it is a state law, maybe federal even, that you, and it's in our charter, that you have to, when you travel, you have to travel the least expensive way. Is that a truth?
That's oversimplified. It's not as, I don't find it as clear as that, but that's not really for me to decide.
Okay, well, the people
It's
that
not
are
a
attorneys
decision
that I've spoken,
I'm authorized to make.
I recognize you are a city attorney, but the people I've spoken to have told me that is quite clear, and it is the law. What I find to be unsettling, even though you have 30 days, what I find to be unsettling is you hear the rumble. You're not deaf. You have been out in the public. You hear the rumble of the disdain of spending $3,000, not 30, not 300, 3,000 on quite a luxury. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? I understand what your attorney wrote. I know how to read. And I understand that he said, well, put it in escrow. You still have to go through your right to investigation. At the same time, whatever the investigation says, if it's the law, which you're an attorney, you can check and see if it's the law, that you cannot spend more than the least expensive way on a government trip, and you did, whether it was approved, you can't make somebody, which we'll never know, I'm not accusing you, we'll never know if somebody that put a stamp on their name, not signed it, felt their job was in jeopardy if they didn't put that stamp. We'll never know that. But now you'll know the law because you're an attorney, and you'll recognize that that was something that maybe you shouldn't have done, and the public definitely thinks you shouldn't have done. Pay it. Just pay it. And let's be done with this conversation.
Yeah, and I just want to add that a few years ago, I went on the city paid for a flight for me, and coming back, I wasn't feeling well, and it turned out that I had COVID, and unknowingly I got on a plane with COVID, but I wasn't feeling well, and I upgraded it, and it was like $75 or $75, and because it was like on the app, it wasn't letting me change the credit card, it was the city's credit card, so I paid it with the city's credit card to $75. Without anyone asking me, I gave a check, and I'm saying 75, maybe it was 50, I don't want to be accused of lying, it was something around that much money. Without anyone asking me, I gave that check to the city. I I'm assured that I probably would have gotten away with it. I don't even think anybody would have ever asked me for it, but still, it's not the right thing. It was only $75, but I paid that money back without being asked. So there's a big difference between 75 and 3,000.
To clarify, and I want to give you a historical background of how this happened. The trip was paid up in July for the standard. It was paid initially with they made the arrangements through finance, and they made that arrangement through finance. I myself used my Amex card to pay for the upgrade because of the long haul, 14 plus hours or whatever between Atlanta and Seoul.
Yeah.
I'm just telling. I paid that up front. So it goes to the end of the fiscal year, around November, October. They said, Mr. Mayor, we still haven't gotten your receipts from Japan. Can you provide that? I'm like, I have these receipts. Mind you, I've already paid for everything or what have you. And then they said, well, these are receipts. Then finance tells my aide, basically saying, like, because this is a 14-hour plus flight, you can possibly get this reimbursed. I'm like, whatever, you guys, here's the receipts and what have you. I get reimbursed. It's not to say that I charge a city card or I charge it back. Back in July on the city card. That never happened. I paid something. I found out that apparently there were rumblings that people were pissed off about it after the fact, and then saying that it was a criminal or could be considered an ethical breach. I get a letter on the 1st of April saying, hey, we want this. Before then, I never got any type of demand from staff saying, give this money back. I gave that letter to my attorney because I don't want to admit or infringe on my due process rights. At the same time, I have no issues. Let me be very clear. I have no issues paying, but what this says is that I'm being reprimanded for something that I didn't intently do to defraud or do anything wrong. That's the issue for me. It's not saying, hey, Mr. Mayor, we would like you to pay this money back. Could you do that? It doesn't say that. It says I'm being reprimanded, making it seem like I did something wrong.
Okay, so, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Wait, I also want to,
Wait, I just need to ask the manager before we continue. Mr. Manager, was he asked prior to April 1st, was he asked to give back the money?
Not to my knowledge.
Not sure, okay.
The procurement office stated that someone, but she's not sure.
Nobody told me.
Who?
I'm sorry, say that again?
The procurement office said that she's not sure who reached out.
Nobody reached out.
Someone reached out,
Yes,
but we don't know.
correct.
I'm saying nobody reached out to me. Nobody reached out to me.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
wait, I'm sorry.
No, I was.
I did. I reached out to you.
You already had your first bite.
I have not.
No, Jay hasn't spoken.
My apologies. I want to be.
We, as commissioners and mayor, know the policy of travel. And the policy of travel is to travel the middle, coach, whatever it's called, not in first class, not those kind of upgrades. You paid it out of your pocket, understand, but then you let them ask for it to be reimbursed. You should have said no. That's wrong. You know it was wrong.
But to be clear, they gave me, I never even knew this existed. This is what they told me. They showed me the CFR saying it's 14 plus hours on a flight.
Can we have order from the audience, please? The commission is debating this. There's not public comment here. Please be in order.
I was told that because of the 14-hour plus, and you can pretty much Google this, because the county does this, people that use GSA does this. Say if it's 14 plus hours, then yes, you can do that particular. You can get that particular upgrade reimbursed, and that's why it happened. Because like there's been I've submitted invoices that are going back 6 months. I haven't gotten paid back because I don't use the city card for anything. I pay up front and I get reimbursed. However, if the city were to say, hey, you know what? It's the will of the commission, Mr. Mayor, just pay it back. Without reprimand, I have no issue with that. But this is reprimand. It's saying that I did something wrong. That's my only issue.
Well, but technically you have.
But how? I didn't.
Not paying it back.
I wasn't.
No, stop.
Okay.
Stop.
Okay.
You did it in July, and now we're in April.
They paid it in December 1st.
I don't care when they paid it.
And they asked me for.
No. Look, it's wrong no matter what. So you should have not let them pay it and pay you back. That's what I'm saying.
But they made.
Because you knew that it was an upgrade to first class, which we don't pay for first class.
It wasn't, but
we don't get reimbursed for
But it's
first
not.
class.
It wasn't first.
It was business.
It was business class.
But still,
Upgrade.
I went on business. Business is amazing. Okay, like you have a bed, all right? Like you have all the food you want. So it's definitely, you notice that it's an upgrade.
My,
All right.
can I say one thing, please? If the issue is for me to write a check to reimburse the city, I have no problem doing that. What I don't want, because you cannot hold me in saying I did something wrong after the fact, because it went through 5 levels of approvals, and then I got the letter on the 1st of April, and we're on the 21st. It said 30 business days.
But what's wrong is you still haven't paid it back.
I haven't.
Guess what? You're putting in an escrow. That's still not paying it
No,
back.
I'm not saying that. I said that if the will of the commission is say, hey, pay the money without the reprimand, as it were, I have no issue doing that.
I make a motion that.
Can I speak, please? May I?
I'm on the microphone. I make a motion that we, let Commissioner Sue speak.
Thank you so much. I've been raising my hand over and over. Thank you. Listen, I checked all the classes, the fare classes of your flight that was originally purchased through Delta. All of that was premium economy already. That means it leans farther, there's more leg room, it tilts, back further. There's economy, there's comfort plus, and there's premium economy. So your class purchased originally was already there. So when you talk about the distance and the time that it takes to go to Japan, I have been traveling back and forth from Asia since I was the age of 3 years old. So I'm over 54. So that's a long time traveling back and forth from Asia. So I understand the distance and the time. I understand your height, the demand for leg room, whatnot. Premium economy is plenty, and I think that is what we would be willing to pay for, meaning as a city. I'm not the only one who approved it. Originally, I didn't even want to approve this trip, period, because what I found was we don't have a new sister city. We don't know what the mayor did when he was in Japan that the taxpayers are paying for, a total of like over $9,000. And I'd like to know what that money had done and what it had produced for the residents. But you know what? The topic is not that. I think that premium economy was plenty comfortable for a trip to Japan. And I think that this $3,000 should have not been put in for reimbursement in the first place, whether it be business or first, I don't care. It's excessive luxury in traveling under the taxpayer dime. And that's what I'm requesting, that I agree with this. I also agree with reprimand, but I don't know if we don't reprimand whether we would get the same response. That would be my question. But that's my comment. Thank you.
And Michael, when the agenda came out, which was Thursday, you should have put this thing behind you and paid it right then and there. And that's where I see the problem is.
The state attorney has this.
It doesn't matter.
No, it does
Not matter.
Oh my God.
On the contrary, if you paid it, you would look like a mensch. You would look good.
I
don't get it.
As I pointed out, I have no issue paying for it. I paid for it initially. What I don't want is for me to be considered to be admitting to a crime, because basically what that report says is that I committed some type of fraud, or I put some undue influence to somebody in approving it.
It's not a crime.
No, that's not how it's explained by my counsel. I have no issue doing that. When I first got it on
When I first got the letter on the second, technically, because it was issued on the first, I got it on the second. I gave it to counsel or whatever. He said, "Let me issue a response." Gave that option, right? It's only been what, like 21 days. And today's the day. So
are you paying before the end of the month?
yeah, I have no issue doing that.
Okay, so the question is, are you going to pay before the end of the month?
Go in escrow.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that.
No, that's what I'm asking,
I'm
though.
asking you, I would pay it.
Okay,
Without escrow, but I don't want to be reprimanded.
we understand what you want. Now the question is the $3,000 being paid back to the city.
Yes.
Are you going to pay it? You were asked on April 1st with a 30-day window. Are you going to pay it by the 30th
I'll
day?
pay by the 30 days listed on the agreement. I had no issue with that.
And without escrow.
Without escrow.
And if you don't pay it?
You guys can because that would mean that's me lying. And
He already said he's paying it.
All right, but
That's it. Thank you.
anybody
Now,
can say anything
the
they want.
public and the rest of us, we know that within 9 days, the money's going to be back to the city.
okay. Next item.
Well, don't we have to close?
Someone
Don't
to
we have to
introduce item
close
11.6.
this or vote?
So we
Don't-
can table the item.
We table if I don't pay.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion
Motion to table.
to table.
Okay, wait. Just can we clarify? All right, I'm based on the terms, based on the request of the letter, right? Based on the request of the letter, I'll pay it before the expiration of the date. You get what I'm saying?
Don't you pay it tomorrow?
And so because of that, Commissioner Chernoff, you made a motion?
No,
Table it.
second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Table is deferring it till next.
Okay, to be clear,
If
if
your intent is to put it off one meeting, that is a motion to defer to a time certain.
Table. I'm paying to the term.
Technically, it's a motion to defer to a time certain, as I
He
said
already-
earlier in the meeting.
He already said he's paying it. Why are you beating him over the head? Let
No,
him
we're
pay
not.
it.
And then if he does, when the mayor, Commissioner Smith,
A motion to table, though,
When-
can be taken off the table at any time by a vote.
there you go.
So, it could be a motion to
The
table.
point is, if the mayor happens to not pay, then it will be brought up. If he does, then Vice Mayor Smuggler could just pull it.
Well, okay.
Something could be on the table, Mr. Mayor, with all due respect. Something could be on the table. If you table something, it doesn't mean it has to come back.
It doesn't have to come
That's
back,
what we
but it
just
can
did.
be
We
taken
tabled it.
off the table at any time. It's a motion.
Right, so that-
Technically, it's called a motion to lay on the table, and then the reverse is a motion to take from the table.
And you can do that at any time. So
time.
that's what we just tabled this item.
Yes,
That's what
that
we
was
did.
what
Now,
the
you were
vote
Thank
going
you.
to say something?
No, I was just trying to. Well, one thing I would ask is that I've been outside of this issue. That now that we're moving on, because I want to I have another issue. Okay, and that the commission has real power in allowing this. I've been having real problems with getting the documents attached to this report. Allo Group is refusing to release those documents, not just to me, but to the state attorney. I'm asking, can we allow them to get those documents?
No, because it's
confidential.
it's being investigated by the state attorney's office.
No, but what I'm saying is that there's email correspondence that the state attorney, right? And I don't know if you guys have received a copy of that. That they have not received the cachet, the supporting documents attached to the report. They have not. When my attorney said, "Hey, we have a copy of this from the city, from the state attorney," this correspondence saying that we never received this or what have you, and there's no state statute or anything that precludes you from releasing this. When that was pointed out to Agla Group, they said, "No, it's up to the city commission, and it's my advice that it doesn't get released."
To the mayor, I'm on correspondence where they're asking the state attorney's office to confirm receipt of the materials.
I'm telling you, I've never seen that. All I've seen is that the email correspondence from Tim Vandergiesen,
the person in charge of public corruption?
Yes. Mhm.
Saying that we've never received the supporting documentation attached to the.
I'm not on that correspondence, but
I can forward that on to you. I can forward that on to you tomorrow.
Okay.
And you'll see for yourself that they're refusing to release it. And if you're telling me that.
And furthermore,
Okay.
I'm on correspondence where they're saying that not only whether they're not confirmed, they haven't, but they're saying that they're also forwarding it to the Miami-Dade
Sheriff's Office as well.
Public corruption.
But that hasn't been done. Because to be clear, if you look at the transmittal of the report, the initial report, I was the one that gave them the report. It was never submitted by Aglo Group or Algo Group at all.
You need a plug?
That's not my understanding based on the correspondence that I've been
But
copied.
what I'm saying is that I guess you can get clarification.
Yes, sir.
Because if that's the case, then the material should be released, right? Correct me if I'm wrong?
My understanding that was explained to me, well, it wasn't explained to me, the correspondence that I'm on between the state attorney's office and Algo is that this is a criminal case, and so the materials are not subject to public records request.
And the state attorney has correspondence to that responded to that saying that's not the case. They're saying that it's not.
So you have correspondence contrary?
From Tim Vandergeesen himself.
Okay.
Saying that is not the case. And I'll forward it to
I
you.
hate to stick my nose into this, frankly, but there is a way to harmonize those two viewpoints without regard to the specific facts. There simply could be, without regard to whether it's public record, there could be, based on correspondence, a decision where the commission votes to authorize the release of those documents to the state attorney's office.
That's already
upon
been
their
done through the
request.
mayor to the city attorney. That's in the resolution. It actually directs them to do so.
But they never.
To release
It directs them to submit all documents, all of their investigative materials, not only to the state attorney's office, but the Florida Commission on Ethics.
If that's what it says, and I don't recall that language, but if it says all documents, then you're correct. Then it does not need anything further.
So if they haven't submitted, they're actually in violation of the resolution.
They haven't. They.
Without regard to a factual issue that cannot be resolved sitting here. If, I don't recall it as clearly, but if the city manager is correct, and if it says that they are to release all documents to the state attorney's office, nothing further needs to be done. That's correct, Mr. Manager.
So if that clarification is sufficient enough, I guess you guys will let Algo to do that like tomorrow. That's all I'm asking.
Yes, if that's if based on what the mayor is saying through the mayor to the city attorney, it is then incumbent upon my office to reach out to Algo Law Firm to see if they're in compliance with the commission's resolution.
Yes.
That's all I'm asking
That's what the resolution said originally. They should have complied with it. And yes, sir, I agree with what you said.
You see, he doesn't bite.
And that's without regard to any email correspondence
No,
from
I'm saying-
anybody
I'm saying
to
that I
anybody.
can have
If
a
it's in the original resolution, the city manager is correct.
Yeah. So just on my own, because just for my own for my own clarification moving forward, right? So all the supporting documents, everything that's attached to this report, because they said they had stuff sealed somewhere, will be transmitted or will be told to Algo Group to release forthwith, right? Is that what is that to your clarification, City Attorney?
The manager apparently has a more clear recollection than me of what the reso said, presuming that he is correct, and I always presume he is, then yes, as he said, he can follow up and make sure that what you already voted has been complied with by your contractor.
Okay, can we move forward, because we can't even vote on this as commissioners, so you can speak to him. He doesn't bite. You see how he's even on your side on this? So,
Vice Mayor,
like,
I'm not saying.
I'm just saying.
I'm just glad that I got that clarification and that it's clear and everybody and that they're going to release it.
But you should also be able to talk to him in person about it. There's nothing. He doesn't bite, and he doesn't. He's a good person, and you.
I never said he, I never.
No, I know, but you still haven't met with him, and you should. That's all I'm going to say. Can we move forward to the next resolution, please?
It's not a resolution.
Motion to introduce.
11.8.
What is 11.8?
Is there a second?
Second.
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 Item 11.8, resolution number R 2026-63, approving a purchase order for trenchless rehabilitation services through a piggyback contract with In Situ Form Technologies LLC, sponsored by the city manager. Resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a purchase order for trenchless rehabilitation services through a piggyback contract with In Situ Form Technologies LLC, and a budgeted amount not to exceed $1,498,335. Authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date, sponsored by the city manager.
Any discussion on this item?
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor,
I just wanted one question. The manager and I went over it, but on one page it says that it's for inspection, whereas the North Miami Beach Water Department desires to have CCTV inspection services performed to assess the condition of the sewer lines. And then on the next page, it says to purchase for $1.498,335,000. My question is, how did they know it was going to be $1.5 million if they haven't inspected it yet? So the manager is saying, and maybe I misinterpreted it, that it's up to 1.5 million. I don't know if I'm understanding it, but if
It
it's
says not to exceed.
Pardon me?
It says not to exceed.
No, I know, but why didn't they go to 3 million? They haven't inspected it yet. How did they know to stop it at 1.4 million, 1.5 million? That was my question. How does it work?
Through the mayor to Commissioner Smith, it's actually, that's the service. This is an inspection service. That's what CCTV is.
So so I just want to understand what I'm voting for. So it's only for the service? The 1.49 million is only?
That's my understanding, correct.
Ahmed can answer it.
So it's not for repairs?
I believe the interim Public Works Director is taking ill. Oh, this is public, okay, so we can invite the public utilities up to
I just
give
want to
further
make it clear what we're voting on.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission, through the manager. And this is not only service, just for the clarification, it's itemized proposal. There, on the attachment on the backup, there is a proposal from the vendor that we're going to do the sewer lining, about 13,000 linear feet of lining work and over 100,000 linear feet of inspection and cleaning on the pipe. So we identify up to 13,000 linear feet now to do the sewer lining with trenchless technology, and then the rest will be allocated to CCTV and inspect and clean the rest of the sewer pipeline. And if they identify further deficiency due to the age of the infrastructure, as we propose to you all in the budget cycle, in upcoming budget, we will present that for the next year to continue this program to inspect and repair our sewer pipeline.
So they've already done some inspection. They know that they have to have certain.
The 13,000 that's been identified is through a staff by condition assessment that we have and the data that we have. We identified the critical needs for repair. The rest, we're going through the inspection to do cleaning. If we identify further issue, then we will allocate money for the lining.
I got it. Thank you for clarifying that.
Through the mayor, this is a technology called CIP, cured in place. The reason it is trenchless is that when these lines become broken or leak or something like that, they can detect that there is a leak because water is being lost when it flows through. And what they do is they put a liner inside the pipe and heat it. And then instead of having to dig up the pipe and have the streets all torn up and have a tremendous delay and expense, you just heat this inside and it provides a new, safer, clean way for the technology, for the water and other things to run through these pipes. that's what this is, and they identify the deficiencies through a number of ways, but it has to be confirmed by the closed circuit TV, because till then you're really mostly, I wouldn't say guessing, but surmising is a better word.
All right, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, next item is,
That concludes legislative. You,
all right, so
you
we
move to item 13, Mayor.
can we do,
Motion to appoint.
can we do the appointments as collectives
Sure. Move to do all the appointments together.
through acclamation, right?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
15.1 was deferred. 15.2, Vice Mayor Smucker.
Okay, thank you so much. So I have so many questions about what happened with this contract. And Mr. Manager, you're the one going to be answering my questions, or? Okay, so I have, basically it's who, what, when, where, why, and how, okay? But I did make notes, so I'm going to start. Was there a circumvention of the city's purchasing authority and procurement process?
Give me just a moment. Let me review the notes I have.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Do we know, like, why, like?
I have a note here that in April 2025, the Chief of Staff, Marlene Monestein, presented a proposal from Figures Communications to City Manager Mario Diaz and City Attorney Greenspoon Martyr with a request to place the item on the April 2025 Commission agenda at the direction of the mayor. At that time, no formal procurement process had been completed.
Okay. Do you, well, I don't think you were here, but at least from feedback, were we happy with Code Red? I mean,
Code Red is very common and utilized in many, many cities. It's utilized in the former city, so we had, you know, it does have some challenges, but I think the reality is that texting, for those that are in this space, has come like a commodity. It's like salt. Whether you're going to, whatever brand salt you're purchasing is going to be about the same price because of the commonality of it. Which
right,
is also,
but do you know if we as a city were happy with, I mean, just because they're a commonly used?
I have received no, I did ask the, the chief, the IT director, did we have any challenges with Code Red, and he said no.
Okay, so we were happy and paying $12,000 a year. And then we went to another company for 4 times the amount, actually more, because we were told it was $48,000, but it was actually more than that. It was, where did I write that down? Let me find it. But
$52,000.
$52,000. Okay, so the effective date was upon execution, which was July 25th, 2025, and will remain in effect through September 30, 2026, which is 14 months and 6 days. And that comes out to a little over $4,000. Yeah, because it's $56,800, so I did the math, and that comes out to a little over $4,000 a month. So, wow. So a no bid contract of more than $50,000 is a violation of Chapter 3, Section 3.3.14 of the city's Code of Ordinances. Right?
That's correct. However, I do need to make a clarification. That payment was over 2 fiscal years. So I'd have to bring procurement up, but that might have been permissible if a portion was paid in one fiscal year and another portion was paid in another fiscal year. So I'll ask the procurement officer to come up because that might have been a permissible payout.
Okay.
Good evening. Yes, Manager, that is correct. So this started at the end of fiscal year 25, and that was for the $4,000 per month, totaling $8,000 total for that fiscal year. We went into the next fiscal year that we're currently in for the year $4,000 a month. including the 14 months.
Okay, and we paid this check or a P card?
This is paid check.
A check. Okay, was not a P card.
It was never a P card.
Okay. Okay, so why did we switch? Why did we go from paying $12,000 a year to $48,000 a year?
I'll answer. In July 2025, the interim assistant city manager, Marlene Monestine, submitted a request to procurement for the implementation of a pilot text messaging program. That was the initiation of the switch.
Okay, so I just want to clarify, just because we spend it in 2 fiscal years, but when we voted for it, no, we never voted for it. But so when you got the contract, it was for over $50,000, but it was divided into 2 fiscal years, the payment, is that what you're saying?
Yes. So there was an initial period for 4 months that covered
1 fiscal year.
correct calendar year, I believe.
Yes.
Calendar year.
Yeah.
And at the initiation of a new calendar year in January, and this is a interpretation of our procurement code, it was permissible to start paying this contractor can now get another up to $50,000 under the manager's threshold.
Right, because the first 4 months were like 16,000, and
First
then
2 months.
2 months
Correct.
was 8,000,
Correct.
and then the next year was
48, which we're still in, which we have not paid out completely.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have any questions in the meantime? Because I have more, but I want
To the mayor. I just have one question.
Sorry.
Have they been performing? Have we got the,
So that's a response for my office and also for the IT department and also for communications. Communications is not satisfied with the engagement that they have received from this vendor. My office, once I came on board, I reached out to the vendor because I was told that IT had not had any engagement. Communications was not happy with the engagement they had, so I reached out to the vendor to try to activate the service or bring the service forward. I did not get a response from them until they responded to the entire commission, and I was copied on it. Once they responded to the entire commission, then they said that they would meet with me because I requested a meeting with them. Subsequently, my executive assistant has tried to schedule a meeting to no avail.
so when did we reach out to find out about their service? How many months went past that IT wasn't satisfied with the service? We didn't, and then we reached out. How many months?
So according to a review of the email exchanges, and that doesn't take any phone calls, there's been no communication with the firm since October of last year.
And we're paying them
Correct.
for doing nothing.
According to the email response that they provided to the commission and the email response that was provided to me subsequently, they've been doing the background work to set the system up, and it should be ready to go.
And is that typical? How long a company takes for background work?
No.
Right. I have some more questions, but if somebody else, okay. So why did we switch from Code Red to this other company? This is a company called Figures? What is it called?
Figures Communication.
Figures Communication. Why did we switch from Code Red to Figures Communication?
The only notes that I have is a direction from the interim assistant city manager, Marlene Monestine.
And you said we were happy with Code Red, but like, were we unhappy? Were we looking, or, I know I just
No, IT department said they did not initiate any conversation regarding a switch.
So who who bought them? Like, how did they come here? Like, how did it happen?
So as noted, the Chief of Staff, then Chief of Staff Marley Monestein, presented a proposal from Figures Communication to the city manager, to then City Manager Mario Diaz, and the city attorney with a request to place the item on the April 2025 commission agenda. According to procurement, that was at the direction of the mayor.
It didn't go to the agenda. It didn't go to.
According to procurement, whether or not it went to the agenda,
Oh,
this was the statement that was,
I didn't bring it.
that has been made.
I want to clarify. I didn't bring it before commission. Let me make that clear.
That's correct.
I did not.
Okay, I have a question.
In fact, it bypassed all procurement.
I don't know if I missed this, but was there a procurement process in choosing Figures?
No.
There was not a formal process. The initial approval was through a software exemption. This was posed as a pilot, and that was approved by the manager's office at the time.
I don't understand how that's related to Figures. Can you explain that again? So it was
Figures Communications in this text messaging is software. And so the initial pilot program that was posed and in the proposal was for the initial months, and it turned into 14 months, but it was approved through a software exemption that is permissible through our code. But that extended 14 months into a new fiscal year.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, so if I may, through the mayor, I was writing some notes when you were talking to Commissioner Smith. Did you say that they're not communicating with you, or did I misunderstand?
I requested a meeting, and I've never received that meeting. That's correct.
When, do you know more or less when you requested it?
I believe I first requested in February, March timeframe,
Okay,
within the last 45 days.
and they haven't, so are we going to continue with them, or?
No, I have directed procurement to terminate the contract due to lack of response.
Okay. And do you know, well, obviously because of lack of response, but do you know, I'm not sure if you, are you familiar prior to coming here? Were you familiar with Figures Communication? Have they done any municipal work before, or?
To my understanding, I am familiar with Figures Communications, but to my understanding, they've never done any, to my knowledge, they've never done any municipal work.
Oh, so we were the guinea pigs. Okay. All right, so are we going back to Code Red, or?
We will likely do a procurement to bring Code Red or another messaging service, text messaging services on board.
So did Code Red do anything for us? Like, I don't remember receiving, I'm sorry, not Code Red, Figures Communication. Because I don't remember getting any, I mean, did Code Red even send us text? Has anybody ever send us text? Like, what's?
Something smells.
Yeah.
Code Red, I think somebody needs to break down what Code Red does and what I guess this program was supposed to do. Because Code Red, from my understanding, is like strictly towards police, law enforcement, like Amber, like that type of alert. It doesn't do anything where it goes outside of that realm. It just sticks
That's
to
correct. Code Red is limited.
It's like
you only get so many
it's
times.
emergency, like, hey, there's a road broken down.
Okay,
flood.
so what is Figures supposed to be doing?
That was where I requested the meeting.
But that was the email that was sent. I guess that email correspondence that went out to everybody basically broke down what they were supposed to do. And the manager says that they have not been communicative towards him, but that's what that was supposed to do.
So they didn't do anything. So, so we
I-
paid them for what, for a year now?
It appears that they were setting up their process and their service based on the documents.
The background that you have, the technology that they set up, right? Where's that located? Because I would assume it's somewhere.
It's not within our systems. This process was first, according to the documents I have and the notes that I have based on the review, once it was once figures was engaged, they were turned over to IT department, which is the appropriate place for the software program to be. However, IT had challenges also engaging figures, and they had challenges with their billing. So once the IT department had requested additional information regarding to the service and billing, figures contacted then Assistant City Manager Marlene Monestine. She moved the program from IT department to the city manager's office and then continued the billing. So we never actually had any product in-house.
But the product, I mean, you paid for the product, right? Like, have you?
We paid for our service.
You paid for the service, but the back end setup has
never been within inside the city.
And the last request that you made to say, can we get that technology? Has that been made yet or no?
Yes, in fact.
Okay.
In fact, to her credit, the procurement officer had already sent out a letter of termination to figures. I reversed that to give them an opportunity to meet with my office to determine. Because yes, $4,000 is $3,000 more than the market rate for text messaging. But how do we know, or how do I know as city manager that this is not, something additional that the city might have been receiving? So I reversed the procurement officer's decision on termination, and I reached out to them to say, hey, meet with my office to determine, where we are with this service, what it provides.
And they never responded.
They responded that they would follow up and never followed up.
But that was like 45, as you point out.
Yes, that was been some time ago.
Like 45 days, you said?
Yes.
So that being said, that's why it's canceled.
Correct. They have a 30-day window, and they're in that 30-day window.
Through the mayor, could I just ask, what's the termination clause say? Do we have any penalties?
No, we have no penalties.
It's a convenience. It's always
Yes,
all city.
I just want to make.
And there's a 30-day window.
Commissioner Sue?
Just want to put it on record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question. So the $4,000 that they do, is that a retainer fee, or is that like all inclusive of any text messages being sent?
It's a service charge. So I imagine, we never got to have that conversation, but I imagine it'd be a flat fee for all the services that they were going to provide the city.
Madam Procurement Director, did you see the contract? Were they saying like per text message it was going to cost X, Y, and Z, or no?
The manager is correct. It is an inclusive monthly rate.
There's not even a limit on how many messages we could send?
Well, for $4,000, it shouldn't be.
Okay, so while she's looking for that, so they never provided a service then?
From my perspective, the answer to that is.
So are we, and through the attorney, are we entitled to request money back?
The fact that there's not a particular penalty upon termination does not mean that we can't sue them. If they're in default of what they were supposed to provide under their contract, we can sue them.
All right. I mean, I'm in favor of that. I'm not sure how that works.
But we didn't pay all that we owe them. How many months haven't we paid? We didn't pay all that we owe them. How many months didn't we pay?
For this fiscal year, total, we've paid, including last year, we've paid 24 plus 8, takes 32? 32,000?
That's it.
Undoubtedly, they will defend that says that they were, as they apparently said to the manager, that they were, quote, setting up their software.
Yeah, but you know what? That's not her fault if they're setting up they're supposed to come to us with their software set. Like, oh my God, like imagine you buy a computer and it's just going to sit here for 3 years because the software is not set up.
That depends on what that contract says, but nonetheless, if they have defaulted in what they were supposed to be giving to us, then presumably they can be held liable for that. Now, they've been paid $34,000, and we could sue them for that money if they're in default, but whether they'll be at any point in touch with the manager, or we have certain rights to demand evidence of what they have done with the money, if they stonewall us, again, we can sue them. But as I'm understanding this, and I was not involved with that procurement at that time, this is not just, it's not purchasing the emergency texts. It seems to be that this was I've heard it described here as a pilot program for the purchase of certain software to, I gather, to enable the city to do certain things. Now, if they had some period of time to set that up, that's one thing, but I can't imagine that they have a satisfactory defense to ignoring requests for communication.
Right,
I mean,
so-
they can't just not respond to us.
Okay, I understand.
And
So
not be in
to the-
default, but what it is that they were supposed to provide was not just the bridges out. It was apparently the development of a pilot program for software, I gather,
all
that
right,
would have
but-
enabled the city to do
Okay,
certain.
so let me ask the procurement director. Were we supposed, does it say anywhere that you recall that we should pay them for just sitting back and letting them develop a software and we just going to watch, and does it say that anywhere?
Not that I recall. That isn't in the contract.
Okay.
Why don't we have the attorney look over the contract?
Yeah, why don't we have the attorney look into it?
All right, but
We
I
can
wanted
sue
to
them or
know-
not.
I
I'll be
wanted-
happy to do that. Let me just say, to this point, my understanding is there was some attempt that recently concluded to see if they would respond. I haven't really, frankly, until this was put on the agenda, been aware that there was even a contract there. I mean, I guess it was sent to me originally, but there was a request to put it on the agenda that never happened. So there wasn't an agenda to
right,
review.
but- I have a
However,
question about
after
that,
hearing what I'm hearing, I mean, absolutely, since they have refused to be even in touch to reply with the manager, we will certainly
Right,
review that
and
contract.
listen,
and
even
see
if they,
there's-
but even if they respond tomorrow, even if they're watching, they're gonna call the manager first thing in the morning, they still never provided anything to us. So just based on that, I don't even care if they respond or don't respond. The point is they provided nothing to us and we've paid them and now we need that money back.
I understand your surmise on that, Vice Mayor, and if those are the facts, then we probably have a cause of action against them and can bring that, but I would need to review not only the contract, but the correspondence, and I'm happy to do that.
All right,
It's
thank
not
you.
come to me previously.
So
Through the mayor to, I'm sorry.
Thank you. All right. I really want to clarify. So you said that a resolution and a contract was signed, but it wasn't put on the agenda. Is that what happened?
No,
You didn't say that?
no.
No, he,
Or it wasn't placed on the agenda? No, as
said
in,
that he'd never put it
I
on.
never put it on the agenda.
okay, it wasn't you who sponsored it, is what you're saying?
It was never. It was never. It was never.
Was it not on the
It was
agenda?
never on the agenda. It was like never on the agenda at all. So
We never voted for us.
we never voted.
No, I know, we never saw anything on the agenda, right? I mean, obviously, I guess like when it came in at 48 grand, it wasn't going to be, it was under, so I guess like maybe we could ask the interim city manager about this issue, because would that be in his period or would it be in Mario's period?
This was initiated under City Manager Mario Diaz.
Oh,
But he left like the.
he
the
left
next
in
month.
June, right?
He left in June. This was, you said April of 2025, and then he resigned in May and he left in June.
Yes.
So, but as the manager has stated several times, that Marlene Monestein, the assistant city manager, took charge of that.
So it took it out of IT and then brought it into the city manager's office to continue paying for it?
That's correct.
Okay.
All right. Next item is 15.3.
I'm sorry, what
It was a discussion. This is now moving.
are we going to take action on anything?
I mean,
They're gonna
So
look.
the attorney's going to
Yeah.
look at the contract, right?
Yes.
Okay.
and can you, okay, and please.
Okay.
Sorry, I keep
And I-
turning this off.
and I guess-
I said, yes, I review the contract, get with procurement, and get with the manager's office, look at the correspondence, and see what our remedies are.
Mr. Mayor,
All right, 15,
time is now 11:45.
yeah, but we're going to 15.3. There's only 2 items left. 15.3.
All right, so the next item is the,
What the manager is saying is that he's familiar with how long we take on each item, and it might last
Well,
longer than 15 minutes.
did Commissioner Jean leave?
No.
15.3 is reactivation of the advisory committee for disabled individuals.
All right, so we have, one of our boards is the disability board. Did you?
I'm the liaison.
Okay, you're the liaison. It has been inactive for many years, and I'd like to see it become active again.
Okay.
All right. He agrees.
Wait, I know that I don't want to drag the discussion on long, but can I propose something? I think that we do have a lot of board, like economic development didn't get a quorum again. So I don't know if you're aware, but
As the chair, I'm aware.
yes, as a liaison.
I'm just saying.
Yes. No, and what I'm saying is like we're burdening a lot of people with a lot of meetings. If you look at our calendar, we have so many different.
Oh, good. Let's bring up how many events we're having too.
Exactly.
Right, and we still need one for the tennis center.
So my point is there a way or another similar group that can accommodate this? Like, I'm just throwing it out there, like maybe
Accommodate what?
accommodate to have about disabled individuals.
So, sometimes just people may not want to be on one board, but be on another, so.
I know, yeah.
Maybe nobody want to be on the disability board, and maybe everybody wants to be on it, but, Commissioner.
We did do an effort through the clerk
For this board, I
to
don't
get some
remember.
members, and we've gotten no response, right?
So is this something each commissioner picks one person, or is it anybody can come and
That was
through
like
the,
the beautification.
We would
not
like
for
it to
this
be.
board? It's so anybody
Maybe
can
we
come.
need to open it up, Vice Mayor. Maybe what we need to do is open it up to non-residents as well. And so that we can probably get people who are active in that
Just
space.
say stakeholders.
Stakeholders,
Right,
right?
and I actually had my former aide that works at the library now.
Well, all the boards are open to non-residents.
She
They
would
just can't
love to
vote.
be on it. She would love to be on it. She has 2 children with autism, and she would love to bring so much awareness into our city about disability. So if,
Never talks to me.
yeah, she does not live in North Miami Beach, but she is dying for this board to
Yeah,
come
but
back.
she may be the conduit that we need to get it started.
All right, I'll have her reach out.
You
to
can,
right,
there's,
fifth-
on my senior board, just to mention, there's quite a few seniors that are not living in North Miami Beach. They live in the county. They just can't vote.
All right, before we go to the 15.4, City Attorney, can you do your?
Just a very brief report, Mayor. The city clerk and I have been operating as staff for the Charter Review Board. That board has, I think, one more meeting scheduled where it's met every single week. This next week, there's not a meeting, but there is one at the beginning of the following week. I think it's the 7th. Not the beginning, but the following week, I believe it's the 7th. That's anticipated to be the last meeting, although if another one's needed, they'll have one. We have, as the clerk could report, a window to get things on the ballot for November. The city clerk's office is in touch with elections, and we have really until July. But the report of the Charter Review Board is a list of recommendations, and I should advise the commission that, at least at present, it is a very lengthy list. I anticipate that the commission will have difficulty dealing with every one of those items at a regular city commission meeting with all of the other things that we do. And I'd like to bring before you that with the assistance of the clerk, as soon as we are reasonably confident that it will conclude on May 7th. Like I said, there could be one more meeting. We would like to work with you to schedule a special meeting of the City Commission, not a workshop, but a special meeting where you can hear at length, in detail, the presentation of the Charter Review Committee. We would propose to invite the entire Charter Review Committee through its chair to come before you and basically move item by item on their recommendations. The commission is not required to decide whether to put them on the ballot or not the first time you hear them. You could say, we want to think about this one or that one and come back. But at least on the other items, as much as possible, you should move through them. And by being a special commission meeting instead of a workshop, you can vote on which items you want to put on the ballot, which ones you reject from putting on the ballot, how you want to group them, which is extremely important. You can't do, 40 referendum votes because the elections office just won't allow you to add 40 items to their thing, but you can have all as one, or you could have 5 here and 6 or whatever, but you need to just have in your heads that unless there's some objection, that there will need to be a special commission meeting to move through them. And if it ends up that on half a dozen particularly controversial items that you want to defer those at your special meeting and come back and take them up at a second special meeting or at a regular meeting because you've narrowed them, that'll be up to you to do. We just wanted to brief you on where that process is and let you know how we're going to try to bring it in for a landing.
All right, thank you.
All right.
15.4.
And 10 years ago, we had 10 items, I believe.
And only, I think 2 of them.
Two did.
No, 2
Two.
passed. No, it was like a bunch of them were on there. A lot of like
Right, the civil
passed,
board
and the change of the election date.
Right.
Everything else failed. So like you can put as many you want. It could just fail. Like it is what it is. But
you can't do 40.
You can't do 40. But that's
Right.
I think Commissioner Smith said like it's better you put 1 or 2 that you know than to put like a bunch that it's just gonna be like.
No, you said it wrong. 2 did not pass and the other 8 passed.
No.
They wanted to get rid of the civil service board and it didn't pass. We kept the civil service board.
Commissioners, your history on it, I know you've got one more item. It is what it is. I'm just trying to tell you, prepare.
It's already.
I'm just trying to tell you, be prepared, because whenever you get it, it's going to be a long night.
Okay, 15.4, Commissioner Jean.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to propose an idea for a centennial event. This would be an event that's fully sponsored, but for a centennial symphony, a 50-piece orchestra, which is the Miami-Dade Pixel Orchestra, that's willing to do a concert for us, and wanted to kind of put that as one of the official events for the centennial celebration.
Okay. Well, see, I just want to say one thing, and we have a lot of events. That are happening, and I know Commissioner Smith is not here. What I want to, because I'm not objecting to people celebrating, especially in our 100th year. I've never been that person or what have you. But I just want to be mindful, right, that we do have a policy. We do have a policy. But if that policy is being, let's say, relaxed as a result of our 100th year, I have no issue with that. What I want everybody to be, I want everybody to be treated the same. That's all I'm asking for. Everybody to be treated the same, whatever that event may be, because I've seen a lot of things happen, and like I'm not knocking anybody celebrating our community from different aspects, but I want everybody to be treated the same. That's all.
So, for instance, of what you've seen, I'm sorry, I have.
No, I'm saying like you remember we have a policy, right? We went through this policy. It was it was very detailed, and if you have this amount of people, if you remember, it was something that I think you were.
Did it pass?
It passed. Oh, it passed. It passed. 3 events per commissioner. It had to be budgeted. It had to do X, Y, and Z. There was a lot of things tied to it. And like to the point that certain people, like during the first year, we're really testing this out. So, like I held out from using any of mine because I really wanted to. There's only certain things I cared about in certain events, right? I said, hey, am I going to use that for that or what have you? Now, I've seen a ramp up of a lot of things, which I'm saying, hey, that's fine.
But I don't understand. Everything is important. Don't misinterpret this. But we voted on limiting the events. Mother's Day is coming back. Then we have to have Father's Day. That was introduced one year.
It was done, Commissioner Smith, it was done one year, but it was completely sponsored.
But is it being sponsored now?
Well,
is it being done? I'm not saying we shouldn't do it. I think they're all important.
No, we've always been doing Mother's Day, but in the last few years, instead of doing the actual breakfast, we were doing deliveries of gifts.
But you're taking it personal. I'm talking about
No, I'm not taking it personal. I'm just clarifying that Mother's Day, we just switched it around. The money has always been in the budget for Mother's Day, but we just switched it around from the delivery of love is what we called it.
I make a motion that the manager review what we voted on and follow the policy.
Okay.
And I want to know how much Commissioner
Can I get a
Jean's
second?
Hang on. Hang on. No, wait. This is that. Let me be very clear.
See what happens when you sit down.
We have, I'm not saying that we've opened Pandora's box, but I understand why we've gotten to where we are and why certain things had to happen or whatever, because this is a very fluid year. What I've been saying, and I want to make very clear, I want everybody to be treated the same.
What does that mean?
Everybody is.
Yeah, let's go over the policy.
No, but and allowing the manager to have that discretion and making sure that everybody is treated the same.
I think he's doing that now.
But what I'm saying is that I have no, but I just want to just allow him to have that discretion. That's all.
Okay, so Commissioner Jean, how much is the symphony?
No, it's going to come at a cost, but it's going to be fully funded. So we're going to do a line item of police, staff, venue, the orchestra. It's not free. It's going to cost. But what I'm saying is I'm committing to making this a fully funded. So I'm going to raise the funds to cover the costs.
All right. Now, let's second. All in favor say aye. Aye.
We had three
Okay. Yeah.
Well, no, we're
I have. Okay.
So no.
Yes.
We can make a motion to adjourn.
Who was on the winning vote? Who was on the
I
winning vote?
I actually never voted to adjourn, so it doesn't even count. I never voted.
I second her vote. You were on the winning side?
I never voted, so it was never count. So it was an illegal vote. Go, manager.
Okay. So yeah, these are very serious issues. Nobody wants to go home more than me, but this is the only time I have you all together.
Okay, so I make a motion to extend the meeting to 12:05.
Perfect.
Do we need to make a motion that we extend the
I just said it. I need a second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Can you do this?
Any opposed?
I'm going to.
Okay, so till 12:05.
Okay.
Go.
All right. So, and I'm going to speed wrap it for you. So there was and again, nobody wants to be out of here more than I do. I support that. But I have to give you a report. This will be my first manager's report. I got direction at the last commission meeting to look into the report from former CFO Tariq Rahmani. There was a lot in there. We started with the ARPA, reviewed emails regarding ARPA. On February 2026, former CFO Tariq Rahmani informed the U.S. Treasury Department that $3.2 million was not timely appropriated. In March 2026, the U.S. Treasury responded to Mr. Rahmani, demanding the return of $3.2 million and ARPA funding. I have met with the city attorney, and we're coming up with a strategy to respond to the U.S. Treasury that will not make this make it immediate that we respond. that we return those funds. In the meantime, we are meeting with, my department is meeting with the finance department and all the department heads to utilize as much of those funds that were allocated so that we can make the statement that we received the funds and that we're utilizing the funds. And we've also engaged a ARPA consultant to assist us with our response and to assist us with the expenditures and assist us with responding to the U.S. Treasury Department. As many of you, that's item one. Item two, and I only have a few items. Item two, as many of you all know, since Mr. Romani left, I've been serving as the interim CFO. Vacancies has been a problem in the finance department, but it allowed me to do a deep dive. We have put some safeguards there. I have put some safeguards there. I only have viewing authority. I do not have the authority to direct any payments or direct any checks, but I do have viewing authority in Cash Pro system, for example. In the viewing authority Cash Pro system, I was working with one of our full-time employees and one of our consultants as we're preparing for both our audits, which is due at the end of June, and it's been late for 2 more years. So if it's late again, we could be subject to financial oversight. And also, we're now going into budget season, so there were a lot of numbers that we've been crunching. Some what we call exemptions in the Cash Pro system were identified, which appears that there have been some salary payments that have been paid erroneously over the course of years. So that is about the maximum I can give, and that information that is now being directed, that is a criminal investigation through our police department. But you do need to be made aware that that is occurring. There are also some structural operational deficiencies in the finance department. We have not been doing bank reconciliations on a monthly basis. For those that you are familiar with finance, that's a huge error. That's not like checking your bank account and reconciling it every 30 days to know how much money you have. So that handicaps the commission, that handicaps department heads with making financial decisions. So we do have, I've hired a consultant. We've utilized our contract with Caballero, our in-house auditing team. We have an interim finance director. We've also utilized Anthony Brunson, who I've had a previous relationship with, and brought in interim budget administrator, since both those positions are vacant. They are assisting us with reviewing some of these processes. We're looking to get bank reconciliations done on a monthly basis. Additionally, accounts receivable, accounts payable seem to have some structural deficiencies as well. There's no identified personnel, there's no identified timeline, there's no identified process. So pretty much for accounts receivable, when a payment comes in, whoever is available books it. Same thing with accounts payables. When an alarm goes off that somebody is supposed to be paid, whoever's available pays it. So a lot of things do fall through the cracks and can fall through the cracks when that is the case. So we're also working on creating a process for accounts receivable, a process for accounts payable, and also identifying personnel. These accountants will be dedicated to AR. These accountants will be dedicated to AP. Another challenge is payroll. Unlike most cities, and I have to say I was totally against this before I came, but now that I'm here, I really like getting a check every week. But running payroll every single week is an incredible challenge. Every single week, we have staff that get overpaid, and every single week, we have staff that get underpaid. So the staff is constantly trying to catch up. And for some of our union employees, this is particularly problematic. And if we do not address this soon, we could run the risk of having a union file a complaint against us, particularly our police union. So that's something we're looking to correct. But we only have 2 payroll staff, what we call payroll specialists, and that's the normal staff that you would have when you're doing it every 2 weeks. So we're trying to hire there, we're trying to get additional training there, but that's a challenge that the commission needs to be aware of, and it's impacting the workflow. So I'm now going to switch to,
Well,
okay,
The motion to extend to
10.
Second.
12:10.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Should be
Okay.
doing this.
So
Aye.
keep going.
Jay, this is important.
So as I've, so as I've submitted to you all by email, I hope you've had a chance to review it, HB 1451, we're on precarious grounds there. And so we need to have an understanding of what that could mean for us financially, which would mean about a $10 million loss, $9 to $10 million loss in our surcharge. We're still working that veto plan, but now we've also switched to mitigation losses. I'm going to give you a lot of bad news, but I'm going to end it on a high note. That we're entering to budget seasons. Actually, we're a little bit behind on budget season due to the fact that we do not have a budget analyst, and our interim budget administrator just started last Monday and is still in training on our system, the Muni system. So here are the budget concerns. We have $5 million in reserve. This year, fiscal year 25-26 comes at a $12 million cost. That means that we're spending $12 million more than we're bringing in. So as most cities do, if we enter this budget season just looking at doing the next year, what we did this year, with $5 million in reserve and a $12 million budget expense, we'd be looking at a $7 million loss. That's one. Two, if HB 1441 does not move the way that we want, that would be a $10 million loss. So we'll be looking at it. That would bring our losses to $17 million for the next fiscal year. In addition, if the city attorney's office and I are successful, which I believe that we have a strong strategy, but if we were not successful, that would be an additional $3 million loss, which would bring us entering our budget season for 26-27 at a $20 million loss.
And that's not counting.
That's not counting if we lose the homestead exemption taxes.
Right.
If we lose the homestead exemption taxes, then we're looking. Yes. We're looking at insolvency. Now,
14.1 wouldn't.
Perhaps. Yes, Mayor.
Nothing.
No, say it.
Yeah, let him conclude. Let him conclude.
Okay.
Let him conclude.
Okay. So, okay. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel. I believe. What I can tell you is that I'm going to submit to you a balanced budget. If I still have a job after that, it'll be up to you. I'm not certain that you will like it, but I promise you I will submit to you a balanced budget. What I am working on is bringing you some options for additional revenue, and this is something I've been working on from the day I was hired, meeting with other cities to potentially, for example, become our water customers. So we have a potential. We have contracts that we're discussing with multiple cities that could bring in an additional $10 million in revenue, perhaps $6 million within the next 30 days. That would put a deep punch into our losses. Next.
Oh, we have to keep it with the water department.
Yes, but as I shared with you in my interview, we can take loans, we can take new interest loans from that and utilize it in our general fund and pay it back over 30 years.
I would caution a little bit on that because of how our WIFIA, there's other nuances tied to our financing besides that. Okay. And I think there needs to be a breakdown on how WIFIA is going to be impacted the way I think you might want to reorganize our way of doing business.
Agreed.
You're saying what I think there's a lot of, I'm going to agree. The water director wasn't here. I think we were here. WIFIA is a very, very interesting type of mechanism, and like honestly, I without saying too much, I think you guys have to have a stronger tutorial on how we do our financing.
Absolutely.
Before you start making changes, there's a lot of issues there. Also, one thing I want to make a request because I know we have a few minutes.
You need to be more explicit to him.
No, this is the first time I've heard him.
All right,
talk
so
about
you
reorganizing.
need.
But what I'm saying is that we do have bond counsel that was tied to this. They should follow up with Schumann and Bass because in regards to our prior litigation, people need to understand our legacy.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can I suggest that you meet with
No, I'm just, no, wait, there is background already available. There's Schumann and Bass, which paid a lot of money in regards to our past litigation and resolving, and getting our settlement taken care of. That discussion needs to happen with council and vote. Yes, there's a lot of things tied to how we do our finances. It's not just this glazed approach. But I just don't want us to mess something up and us at the wheel when that happens, because we weren't forthcoming on how our history to I guess people that are now taking the reins. That's all I'm saying. But my thing is this: I don't want to be in a situation where I'm circumventing my colleagues' authority, like it's been put out in the past. This is everybody's responsibility. I might be the mayor, but at the end of the day, there's a price that comes with it, and you guys have increased that price substantially.
Yeah, but as
and I'm
the
not willing to pay
mayor,
for it.
as the mayor and the head of the city, you should be reaching out to the manager's office and explain whatever it is that you're trying to say. I make a motion to extend to 12:15.
I second it.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
But that's it.
Okay,
12:15.
that's it. Not more than
My
12.
dog is-
Not more than 12:15. Okay. All right. Go on.
Okay. I'll get with the city attorney. Not sure that there was a reorganization of the finance department here.
No. What I'm saying, what I'm not saying the way that it's being propounded to me is that you have there's ways that you want to create revenue. What I don't want is to infringe on any past agreements that we have that might create a situation.
Okay.
That's all.
All right.
That's and like I said, it is. This is not like a little ship. This is like a massive, cruise liner in regards to our water plant. And you might think moving one lever here won't make a difference, but I've seen some weird stuff, and I just don't want us to mess up the gears too much. One thing I would ask, because since you're you mentioned the fact that you are the CFO. Do you know when you might be hiring a CFO?
Oh, we actually are engaging a headhunter firm to get us a CFO as soon as possible.
And the other question I have is that when will the check registry be up and running? We haven't had that up and running in a long time.
I'll have to look into that and get an answer for you, Mr.
Is that finance?
Yes.
I'm just saying, the last time I saw the check registry open was maybe a year and a half, and they used to show all the checks going in and out.
Okay.
And I
I'll
think
make
that's
sure
something
that
that we
system
should
gets-
reactivate
Yes.
sooner rather than later.
I'll work on that, Mr. Mayor.
Other than that, that's fine. But I don't want to take any more. Like I said, the 1451, it has I saw your initial letter. A lot of it doesn't come online until 2020. I think 2028.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some wonkiness in regards to the statute itself.
Mm-hmm.
But I like I said, you guys do have lobbyists, and you do have counsel. A lot of people working on it. I'm gonna leave that to the professionals. But I just don't want us to I just want us to be very careful on how you open up different aspects of revenue and making sure that it doesn't impact other aspects.
Well, I can say, to give you some assurance, Mr. Mayor, is all I can do as city manager is provide you all with opportunities. Every opportunity that is created has to come before this commission for a vote. So.
Okay. And do you have any more good news or?
Yes.
Okay.
And last but not least, as you all might have heard multiple times because now the city staff is repeating it, we have a One City, One Team initiative. And what that does is centralize services. So for example, we're spending $967,000 a year on communication salary, because there's 5 communications personnel in Parks Department. There's 5 communications personnel in utilities. There's communications in police. And what we're looking at doing is consolidating that service, consolidate that department to find out where we're having excess expenditures. Maybe we can still keep that same staff, but they can fill a different role that's not currently being provided as a service to the city. Whereas instead of having 5 different people that are doing flyers for individual departments, we have a person doing flyers for library, a person doing flyers for parks, a person's doing flyers for my office, and the mayor and commissions. So we're going to be combining line items where and closing in on cost and centralizing services. And along with doing that with just 60 days, we have realized over $1 million in savings and expenses. So,
All right, and are you going to do anything about making some profit out of our theater?
oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Because we definitely can make a lot of
We're
money
certainly
there.
looking into that,
All right,
for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Money out of our theater.
Yeah, but you have to.